Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Karina Emerick. I am an artist and fashion designer originally from the Coast Salish Territory Puyallup tribe. I have been working and residing on Lenape-Hoking for 12 years now. I would like to acknowledge that the city of New York is located on Lenape-Hoking, the unceded traditional territory of the Lenni Lenape people, who are also known by the colonial government as the Delaware Nation. The majority of Lenape peoples and the main political and cultural body of the tribe ended up in Oklahoma after repeated removals and relocations spanning over 50 years of exodus, leading halfway across Turtle Island in what is now known as North America. After forced removals of Lenape people from their homeland, many reside in the 3 federally recognized bands in the U.S., in what is now known as Oklahoma and Wisconsin, and 3 federally recognized bands in Canada. However, I would like to acknowledge that I do not see colonial borders, so let's just call it 6. I am here to pay respect to the Lenape peoples past, present, and future, and their continuing presence in the homeland and throughout the Lenape diaspora. I would also like to acknowledge the indigenous peoples who have and who presently live, work, create, and contribute to communities here in Lenape-Hoking, as Manhattan is home to the largest urban Indian population. I recognize the continual displacement and violence perpetuated against indigenous people by the United States, including and most notably when the Lenape returned to the island of Manhattan after seasonal migrations, only to find a wall decorated in heads of Lenape people. As a warning, bounties were then placed on all the heads of Lenape men, women, and children. That wall is currently now Wall Street, which is fitting because of the treachery that continues to go on there today. I would like to wholeheartedly thank and honor my friend Joe Whittle of the Delaware Nation of Oklahoma and the Caddo Nation of Oklahoma, who is a direct descendant of Lenape matriarchs and chiefs. I want to thank him for sharing knowledge and trust in a random Coast Salish woman who is living on his territory to share this knowledge with you today. And I'm humbled to be given the opportunity to present a land acknowledgement in his honor. In his words, Joe would like to say, Waneshi, thank you for listening and holding space for the Lenape voice and perspective. I would also like to express that I am aware that these kinds of acknowledgements can be misused for stand-ins for actional decolonization work, which is something to bear in mind while continuing to work to dismantle the ongoing effects of the colonial legacy here and elsewhere. I am here today to incite a revolution and create allyship between climate justice defenders and indigenous people. I am here today to ask you for your help to dismantle systems of oppression throughout the world built by colonial institutions. I am not here as performance or as tokenism or fetishism. Indigenous people have been fighting this fight and refusing to submit to colonial oppression and violence in order to protect this land for over 500 years. I am here to ask you to stand alongside and in solidarity with Indigenous people. Indigenous people make up about 4% of the population of the world after repeated attempts at genocide, and we are still protecting 80% of the world's biodiversity. In the face of corporate-started fires to promote deforestation on our homelands, to the repeated atrocities and murder and violence from the colonial settlers, the RCMP, the United States Police Force, pipeline workers, and man camps, which is leading to the continued extinction of our animal relatives, our clean water, and soon ourselves. I am asking you to show up on the front lines, connect with Indigenous people whose land you're living on. I ask you to recognize and listen to Indigenous voices, and especially our elders' voices. Because even our fight now is being whitewashed. I do not fault any individual for fighting for climate justice, but I have to say, the imagery of a young white woman sailing to our lands to enlighten our people of something that we have been screaming at the top of our lungs for 500 years needs to be recognized. Align yourselves with Indigenous communities. Thank you. We are the original stewards of this land. Discredit institutions that continue to silence our voices, and above all, please listen. We like to talk about decolonization. Now I'm asking you to show me your work, because this room is very fancy, but it's time for all of us to get our hands dirty. My name's Karina Emerick again. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Whitney Maguire, and I am co-founder of an initiative called Sustainable Brooklyn. We work to close the gaps between the mainstream sustainability movement and targeted communities. These are communities that are consisting of Black and Brown Indigenous people, upon whom the burden of environmental degradation and systemic injustice squarely falls. I am here to acknowledge the labor of my ancestors and all who worked and continue to work the land against their will for generations. My ancestors worked and died and were born and worked and died and so on for the sake of the viability of the American economic system, including the fashion industry. It's time to acknowledge the deep history fashion has with the legacy of exploitation and disposability of people and planet, so that we can move forward toward an industry that benefits all life. Indigenous cultures have practiced circularity and sustainability in the most poignant ways for generations, and yet BIPOC cultures, especially women, are the first to be impacted, silenced, worked, oftentimes to death, then discarded. Here are some facts. The American fashion industry began as a system built on the economics of the transatlantic slave trade and the exportation of cotton, which allowed America to position itself as a leader in global trade and economics. The Mohawk iron workers built a majority of the high-rises right here in Manhattan. Today, the fashion supply chain funnels more money toward modern slavery than any other industry outside of tech. And yet, as our culture, born from the magic of survival, is exported throughout the world, white designers and white-owned fashion houses continue to steal the intellectual property and creative capital of descendants of enslaved Africans without credit, without compensation, and without hesitation. Underlying these facts is the assumption that apparently to profit at scale, exploitation of people is necessary. But we all know this just isn't true. I'm not here to talk about the sufferings of my ancestors and the exploitation of human beings and the planet that continues to this day. I'm here to talk about the resilience of people, of my people. We continue to be leaders in the most significant industries and movements, not because we have been welcomed with open arms, but because we are imbued with the magic of survival. Won't you come celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill us and has failed? Shout out Lucille Clifton. The impacts of exploitation can be eradicated once we uproot the fundamental cause of this legacy. We have to learn from those who've suffered the most and those who fought on the front lines of movements for justice and equity for generations. We lose when we fail to see the contributions of other cultures as valid, just because they are different than our own. We lose when we believe inhibitors to the sustainability of all people in our planet are too big to tackle. We lose when we stop having hope. So today, let's orient our minds toward the direction of healing the deepest generational wounds. Let's begin by taking accountability for any pain we have caused another to suffer. And let's commit to learning as much as we can so that when we leave this earth, she has nothing but appreciation and gratitude for our time here. Thank you.
Can we please give one more round of applause for Whitney and Korina? It was really important to start off today with land and labor acknowledgements, so thank you so much. The music that you heard while you were coming in is actually a playlist that I curated of protest songs that span various genres of music over a lot of time. And we know that music is a universal language, and it was also a way for me to explain why I'm here today. Music has always been a tool of transcendence, of translation, a proven tactic for unification, especially in times when the world is in need of a cultural shift. But first off, welcome everyone to Study Hall's 2020 Summit on Climate Positivity at Scale. Please give yourselves a round of applause. The most important thing is showing up. So for you showing up today, we are in deep gratitude. My name is Jasmine Solano, and I am not a climate expert. I'm a DJ, a TV radio host, and I'm the founder of an intersectional photography series called Unity in Color. However, I do consider myself a climate enthusiast and a climate advocate. I launched a series on my IGTV called Sustainability Sundays, in case anyone has seen it. And I talk about all topics from why Tokyo's trash system is incredible to what ecofeminism really means. I support DJs for Climate Action, which is a collective that started right here in New York City. But what I also am is someone who's extremely interested in bridging this gap. I'm here as a participant of a broader audience, an audience and a demographic that wants to do their part but may not know where to even start. I'm here as a creative and as an artist that is trying to translate the data that we're going to be talking about today and make it digestible and, dare I say, sexy to the masses. Everyone needs to be a climate enthusiast. There is no more time or space to be indifferent. And I'm honored to be here and soak in all the knowledge today, and I hope to continue to be a voice that bridges the gap. I also want to acknowledge our live streamers who are tuned in. If you couldn't make it today, thank you so much for tuning in. We feel your presence. And I'm also honored to introduce my co-host and the co-founder of Slow Factory and Study Hall, someone who, when I first met, she made me rose water tea, and I decided and vowed that she was going to be my friend for life. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Seline Shenoy. Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you, everyone. Wow, welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. What a beautiful crowd. Thank you all for being here. I have a little speech, so I'm going to be reading it. We are delighted to be hosting you all here. My name is Seline Shenoy, as my co-host Jasmine Solano said. I'm the co-founder of the Slow Factory Foundation, presenting you Study Hall, a series I started 2 years ago because I saw the need to convene the conveners in an intersectional, interdisciplinary, intergenerational framework and platform, mobilizing on climate change and social justice together, because it is imperative that the two must go hand in hand. I come from Lebanon, as you know, maybe you don't know, now you know, and I came to North America as a child refugee. My region, the Middle East, is a region intensely vulnerable to heat and water stress, to sea level rise, and to desertification. At the same time, it has also been extremely vulnerable to foreign imperialism and exploitation for decades, if not centuries. Even right now, there is major unrest that must be seen as a social justice and environmental issue. Naomi Klein's lecture, Let Them Drown, The Violence of Othering in a Warming World, says, and I quote, "A recent paper in Nature Climate Change predicts that unless we radically lower emissions and lower them fast, large parts of the Middle East will likely experience temperature levels that are intolerable to humans by the end of this century. And that's about as blunt as climate scientists get. Extreme weather events, from floods and storms to heat waves and drought. Climate change is already displacing an estimate of 41 people each minute. In our addiction to oil, my region is one of many regions that have been used as sacrificial land. And sacrificial land also means sacrificial peoples. This is what environmental racism means. a term we are beginning to discuss more and more in the media today. What justifies this addiction to oil and the justification of constant instability, war, famine, and military coup in a region for the benefit of another, to dress, to consume, to play with products manufactured mainly with that oil? Plastic. Fashion produces 1.7 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year, the equivalent of 10% of all man-made carbon emissions. 10%. From 98 million tons of oil used in the textile industry in 2015 alone, and this number keeps on growing. Although we are becoming immune to all these catastrophic stats, I am not here to shame you or to tell you that our house is burning down. We are here because we want to explore solutions that are ready to scale. Scaling positive solutions now. In Edward Said's book, Orientalism, he explores the intellectual theories of othering, the very theories that have justified sacrificial lands and sacrificial peoples. These theories persisting today in the way we report on climate change, on youth activists, prioritizing a person and erasing entire groups of people, the way we justify colonial structures of extractivism, exploitation, and forced labor. These notions of othering justify colonialism, patriarchy, and capitalism. And now climate action. Unless we prioritize education, our own education, of unlearning certain notions that continue to perpetuate disastrous consequences to our climate, we must open up to the other, center the voices of Black, Brown, Indigenous people alongside scientists in order to change not climate itself, but our ways of existing with one another. What we want to discuss here is energy justice at scale, and I am here to give you references, to attribute the work that inspires mine, to create traceability, transparency. All these are the backbones of the open knowledge movement and culture. With transparency and open knowledge, we can democratize solutions, from green colonialism and offsetting carbon by taking native lands and planting foreign trees like we have seen from Palestine to Canada, or by creating unsafe zones for Black and Brown citizens around toxic areas of extractions. These very systems are the ones that need some serious help in restorative justice and human-centered design. Sustainability at scale, isn't that an oxymoron, you might say? Isn't scale the problem, you might say? Maybe, but we need solutions that can meet the scope of the problems we are facing. Climate positivity to aim for not only sustainable or less bad, but actually good for the earth and good for the people. And environmental racism is a term we are beginning to discuss that we are going to keep on going and exploring throughout this conference. Here at Study Hall, we explore solutions, systems, and frameworks that are far more inclusive than current top-down models relying on the theories of othering, ways that don't ask suffering people to shelve their concerns about war, poverty, and systemic racism, and first save the world, but instead demonstrate how all these crises are interconnected and how the solutions could be too. We are here to apply a scientific thinking paired with indigenous knowledge, centering Black, Brown, and Indigenous voices to allow for unlearning to occur, to give you food for thought, as well as tangible long-term solutions, case studies, and practical yet expensive thinking. Tools to effectively solve the climate crisis affecting our humanity. These words I have 3 words that represent what I want us to accomplish today: unity, spirituality, and awareness, because we are all responsible and we are all in this together. And with that, I would like you to help me welcome my 2 panelists, Ayana Elizabeth Johnson and John Wang Kim. Welcome. can't find my questions. Do you guys have the questions? So, I don't have my questions, but I'm going to introduce you how I know. Hope. Yes, I know. So, John Wang Kim here is representing the Rainforest Alliance, and her work in the Rainforest Alliance has been very interesting. Many conversations we've had offline around people on the ground. We are going to be discussing feeling helpless in the face of climate change, feeling paralyzed in the face of climate change. And Ayana Elizabeth Johnson has contributed in creating the Blue New Deal and is the official representative, and is representing, you can maybe help me with that.
Yeah,
one?
so I'm a marine biologist. I am the founder of the consulting firm Ocean Collective, as well as the think tank Urban Ocean Lab, which is focused on the future of coastal cities like New York. And I advised Senator Warren's campaign on creating the Blue New Deal plan so that the ocean is part of the discussion of climate policy.
Woo! I found my question. And Junwang, you want to say a few words about what you do?
Yes, I work for the Rainforest Alliance, which is an international nonprofit organization that develops and implements field-based, scalable solutions to deforestation, rural poverty, and climate change. Our main focus is natural climate solutions and preventing deforestation, as well as building resilience among farming communities to the impacts of climate change.
And so climate change is a human rights issue, right? Which more often than not is being siloed. So we are either exploring one or the other, and very rarely together. And so for us here, we would like to discuss how do we see them coming together? And the question that constantly keeps on coming is, for instance, from a personal point of view, how can I have hope? Or on Instagram, we often see like, how do you have hope, you know, or how do you keep on going as a scientist, as a marine biologist, as an activist, like what keeps you going, or how can I have hope? And this idea of hope around this notion of climate needs to be explored. It's not so much about hope, right? It's not so much about having hope or losing hope. I would love for you to start, John Wang, because oftentimes we talk together about this, and you mentioned that whenever you were on the ground working in the countries that you are sent to work in, you've never seen someone tell you, I don't have hope, or there's a lack of hope. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. I think first I would like to say despair is a perfectly natural response to the state of our world right now. So I don't want to shortchange what I think all of us feel from time to time, or maybe even every day. But I do think that to stay in that despair and to kind of take the attitude that, well, there's nothing I can do, it's too late, it doesn't matter. I think that position is both privileged and arrogant especially for people with intellectual and material resources. I say privilege because frontline communities, people like farmers who are, trying to plant crops when the rains are shorter or maybe even non-existent that year, forest communities who are watching their homes literally being cut down and destroyed in front of their very eyes. They have no choice but to take action every single day because their lives and their livelihoods really depend on it. And I say arrogant, I mean, I don't want to say that in a chastising way, but I think it's maybe a little bit arrogant to make the assumption that we can even know what the outcome of our efforts will be. The outcome might not be immediate. It could take a couple of generations to really see the efforts of what we are all here to do today. And I like to kind of refer to this anecdote that the very wise spiritual ecologist, Dr. Joanna Macy, once shared, which is that if you have a loved one who is in the hospital with a life-threatening illness, you don't base your decision on whether to run to their side on their chances of surviving. You just go because you love them. And, you know, within all of the care and the attention that you give to your loved one, I think you're going to find yourself in a place of grief and uncertainty and pain, but, you know, we have to remember that grief is a measure of our love. And if we try to kind of suppress the grief that we may be feeling now, the grief about dying species or human suffering or dying ecosystems, then we're kind of cutting ourselves off from this very deep wellspring of love that we need to power and sustain our actions. And so at this point, I've really come to believe that hope is not something that we have. It's something that we do when we really live in that place where we're fully in touch with both our grief and our love.
That's a great segue to what you do in politics, for instance. Like, hope is something that we do, and again we hear that, oh, you must go and vote, and you must go and do something around changing it at scale on a systemic level. Can you comment on that, Ayana, on, as a scientist, you've been inside, outside the several institutions. How do you find hope, not personally, but for the crowd? How can they feel that hope is an action?
As a scientist, I read the science, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that it's important to acknowledge the despair, that part of coming around to doing the work and keeping going that is heartbreaking. Like, when I look at these graphs and these numbers, I see people, I see species, I see ecosystems that I love threatened. And I have found myself crying on the subway reading UN climate reports because I know what they mean for us, for our future. And it's actually more the heartache than the hope often that keeps me going. And I sometimes get annoyed when people ask me what gives you hope, and how can you give that to us, right? Because it seems unfair, because I have such a tenuous relationship with hope myself, because I know what the odds are, but that doesn't mean we get to give up. I absolutely agree that if you get to just give up and keep living your lovely life where you come to sustainable fashion conferences, that is absolutely a privilege. So there are days when I wake up and I'm like, fuck hope, but what are you gonna do, right? And so I think about hope in the context of Rebecca Solnit describes hope as the hammer you break the glass with in case of emergency. That's the kind of hope that we need, not this passive, hope someone fixes that for us, hope that works out. That is not the way that we should be using that word. And so when you talked about my engagement in policy, it reminds me that we often miss the level at which we can be most effective. People get caught up on the you need to be 100% vegan as an individual. You need to stop flying as an individual. You need to bring your own bottle as an individual. And yes, we all need to be thinking about our individual carbon footprint and the changes that we can make as an individual. And yes, we also need to be thinking about these massive systemic changes in terms of our democracy and who has power and who has access and who is shaping the future of environmental policy, and who is president. These are all things that we need to be keeping our eyes on, but there's this middle area that we all need to really be thinking about strongly, which is, where is our power? Not where are our individual actions, and not how are we changing the entire world, but where is that middle ground where you change your company, where you change your neighborhood, your church, your school, your sports team, because that's the place where we have actually the most power, and thinking not about what the things that every single person should be doing. Yes, you should all vote, but what are you actually really good at? What are your special skills, and how are you leveraging those to create the changes that we need? So I'm a marine biologist and a policy nerd. So I helped to advise this ocean climate policy plan for Elizabeth Warren, and I'm flying to Iowa in an hour to go knock on doors because I really care about the outcome of this election. And I think it's just like, no, I think that the biggest challenge right now is it's really hard for people to connect those dots from like, I'm one person, these problems are so big, and not everyone needs to be marching, and not everyone needs to be like stuffing envelopes, and not everyone needs to do the same thing, but like finding where you can be most useful, like take time to diagram, like do a power analysis of yourself and your network and your sphere of influence and your dollars and your vote, and think about like what are the levers that you can legitimately pull to make some really big changes.
That's an incredible segue to John Wang. Many times we've discussed about who is at fault, because the individual, this concerned citizen, feels tremendously the weight of the climate, climate crisis. I would like to say the stats, the accusation, like you said, like have a perfect diet, have a perfect lifestyle. I really hear oftentimes the concerned citizen do feel the weight on their shoulders, but what I feel is unbalanced is how the industry doesn't feel that weight so much. It's more like, oh, I hope it works out for you guys down there. It's more like that energy instead of, what can we do as a collective of individuals, because that's what the industry is. It's a collective of people. And together we've discussed, we need everyone. We need the activists, right? Like you said that so well. We need the activists. We need the people outside with their signs. We need the people inside. But for us, and in our conversation, what I felt was the most relevant for today, for this crowd, is that the biggest activists are the people working within the industry. These are the activists within that we need to be empowering. Can you comment a little bit on that, John Wang, from your work, you've had such an incredible career, you've been an activist, you now work in, inside of an organization that's really big. Not what can we do, because that's like a question that cannot be answered right now, but at the same time, how can we empower ourselves to become an agent of change? How can we become this professional troublemaker wherever we go? Like, for instance,
I need new business cards.
Yes! Because that's the ask. Correct? Like we are kicking off the decade of action. There's literally 10 years before a total climate collapse. People are not really grasping the idea of what that means. Some communities will be affected before others. We have a lot of issues. It's a complex system. We must all become active, active agents. We have to become professional troublemaker within our industries, our given industries. And so for that, I think you have so much to give on that thought.
Well, I mean, I think the first thing I would really like to remind this group and people in the United States and this audience is that there are vibrant movements of climate activists all over the world. And through the Rainforest Alliance, I've had the incredible pleasure of getting to know highly organized farming cooperatives, for example, and meeting the board of that particular cooperative. I've had a chance to meet forest community leaders and to sit down with them and talk about their approaches, very localized and specific approaches to solving the threats that they're facing. And so I think, first of all, it's really important to remember we are not doing this in isolation. Mm-hmm. I mean, in fact, I would say the United States is kind of behind. There's so much happening in Mexico, Guatemala, Ecuador, Peru, Indonesia, Costa Rica. I mean, there are so many people.
Costa Rica was the first country to eliminate single-use plastics by law. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and to make a huge commitment to renewable
And Rwanda,
energy.
I think, was the second. It's like, America, step up.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Right. So I think it's really important to remember that, we are each of us individuals. And of course, we have pundits who say, well, individual action doesn't matter. And I think I have to boldly disagree with that because, that's a kind of dualistic way of looking at how we belong to each other and to this world. the Zen monk Thich Nhat Hanh, you know, he has this quote that I come back to over and over again because I think it's so meaningful in so many different areas of life, but particularly this one, which is, he says, the wave is the ocean. And also, every drop of water is the ocean. And so if we think of ourselves as drops of water, and we kind of recognize that there are waves kind of heading in this direction all over the world, and the way that waves get bigger and bigger, you know, they start small like a sine wave. I don't know, I'm sort of digging very deep.
You just call it a ripple, maybe.
A ripple. And then the ripples eventually catch up to each other, and then they become bigger, and then they become even bigger and bigger, and eventually becomes this, you know, huge swell. And from my vantage point, I see that happening. It's happening. And so what I think is really important for this audience is for the business leaders among you and the culture changers among you to really step up and to spread awareness of the connection between, you know, poverty, deforestation, overfishing, climate change. You know, all of these things are interrelated. So first we have to do our part to educate people, and then just take as bold and big of a step as you can on your sustainability journey, wherever it is that you're starting, and keep going, and you will learn with every step that you take, you will learn what the next step should be. And then you take that, and then more people join you, and then you take that as well. We don't really have time to quibble about perfection. You know, we work with all kinds of companies because we don't, at this point, have time to be picky and choosy and say, well, we only want to work with artisanal boutique coffee roasters based in Brooklyn. No, we need to work with everyone to achieve the scale that we need at this point.
And on that, do you have a last thought? Because we have to welcome our other panelists.
I do. I mean, I think I absolutely agree with what you were saying. I think it's this moment where we need to not just think, what can I do, but what can we do? I mean, I hope that as you're here today, you find people to collaborate with and build something bigger than you can ever do alone. And I think it's also important to recognize that it's not just about having more leaders, it's about just maybe just join something. We don't need 1 million new nonprofits. We don't need like 1 million new people leading nothing. Like, we all need to be joining together and merging, and that's where I think a lot of the opportunity is. So I think the most powerful thing that we can do, though, is to change culture, to change the status quo. So when we think about what we can do to contribute to that, I mean, that's the power of the people in this room. You can change what is expected. You can change what is the norm. You can exert outsized influence through that, and I think that's why I changed my schedule to be here today, is to encourage you all to use that, because policy follows culture. Legal change follows cultural change. So that's what we all need to do. If your special skill is like throwing the best parties, we actually need that for climate change, right? So thank you so much for being part of this conversation and inviting me to be part of this conversation. And I think the last thing I'll say that gives me hope is that when people talk about climate now, they talk about climate justice. When people talk about climate now, it's a 3-generation movement now, right? We have all of these people in the streets. This Earth Day, there are going to be millions of people in the streets. And so we have this inertia that's building. It's a ripple, it's a wave, it's like a tsunami of climate action. So thank you all for showing with your bodies today that this matters, that it's worth coming together and figuring out how we can all be part of that.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Jin Wang. And now we are going to welcome back Jasmine Solano to introduce the next panel. Thank you.
Okay, so also today, as you are liking and posting and sharing, we'd ask to please use the hashtags that you're going to see throughout the day, and also tag the Slow Factory. And we're also doing something special on the website at studyhall.earth. We're going to be taking a survey, since this is study hall. It's not a test, but rather a survey. And we'd love to hear your feedback and your notes and what you're thinking and what you're learning and any new anecdotes that you want to speak on. You can do this directly on the website, and Seline is going to review everything and have a conversation with you all. And so I'm very excited to announce the next moderator. Sasha Samoshina is the deputy lead of the Ops Lab at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. She pioneered the very first 360 video release on social media for NASA, and she helps create web and mixed reality experiences to aid scientists, engineers, and astronauts in transforming their workflow. And she's going to introduce you to our next set of panelists. Please give a round of applause for Sasha.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. You might be wondering, what is a jet propulsion laboratory person doing here? It's topical, I swear. So I'm Sasha Samoshina. I'm the deputy lead of the Ops Lab. And what we do in my small little corner of NASA is we prototype software to try to transform mission operations. So what does that mean? Take something into out of research and development mode and actually imbue it into flight projects that go to space. If you're not familiar with JPL, we actually build only robotic missions. We don't do any astronaut stuff. We only do robots. If it has air, we don't care. Just kidding. We do care. Because I personally do work a lot with astronauts, doing augmented reality work, so kind of imbuing these new technologies. So the reason that I'm here is because we have a really interesting group of people on this panel trying to already go from growing something big to making a global change to having a smaller company try to grow and imbue themselves into a bigger kind of meaningful thing. So I'm going to moderate this conversation with the idea of software, with the idea of prototyping, but also I'm excited because I'm going to get to learn so much from these extremely talented people. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce my panel. We have Sebastian Kopp, the co-founder of Veja. We have Matt Sheffer from Hudson Carbon. And we have Dominique Drakeford from Sustainable Brooklyn and Fibershed. Welcome. Excellent. Okay, so my first question is to Sebastian. How are you doing today?
Very well, and
Good.
yourself?
I'm fine, thank you. Having a great time. So you have the largest operation between all three panelists. We just saw we're gonna see maybe a video of your work in the Amazon rainforest and the power that you have in incentivizing good behavior and raising the value of the rainforest, keeping it alive in order to create a network in protecting it. So how does that expand in your work into cotton, for example? Especially around starting a prototype and then kind of growing that. So how have you done that in your work? Big question.
Yes. Can you repeat?
No.
No, just to get back a little bit, because I don't know, I think a lot of people don't know Veja on the audience. So Veja is a sneaker brand. We have been making shoes for 15 years. And when we started in 2004, we were 25 years old, and our goal was to deconstruct a sneaker, the production of a sneaker, and to go very up in the production chain to change step by step every step of the production. So what we did, we were a bit innocent and we didn't know a lot about how you made a sneakers, how was made a trainer, a shoe. So we chose to go to Brazil and to ask questions. We wanted to do a canvas sneaker. So the first question was, what is canvas? Canvas, it's cotton. And what is cotton? It's a plant that is, I think, almost 2% of the land, of the agriculture land in the world, and it's 30% of the pesticides used. So for us, replacing cotton, conventional cotton, by organic cotton was not an ecological act. It was normal to try to do something better. So we didn't know anything about cotton, so we went on field. We went to meet the producers. We went to understand how they were working. And the first talk was really interesting when they said, hope is what you do, or hope is in what you do, because to not know something, to not being an expert in anything, not being an expert in the sneaker, not being an expert in organic cotton, we went with our very innocent eyes, and we took the time to understand how it was working on field. So we met those producers of organic cotton in 2004, and we asked them, what is the price of the cotton you're selling? And so we sit down with them, and we calculated the price of their cotton, the price they should sell to not to survive through their crops, but to live and invest and live better with the price of the organic cotton. So we doubled the price of the cotton, and we made a contract with them. The first contract was 3 years. 3 years where we said the price of the cotton will be this. When you plant the seed, you will know how much you get when you sell a kilo. That's, for us, that's the principle of fair trade. To know the price of the final crop of the plant of the seed when you start. And so we did that with the cotton. We bought ourselves the 2 tons of organic cotton in 2004, and we did the same in Amazonia. We went in the forest. We met producers, rubber tappers, because our idea, which was a bit crazy, was to replace plastic in the sole of a sneaker by wild rubber from Amazonia. But our idea was just to replace synthetic petroleum-based plastic in the sole of a sneaker by a natural ingredient, by a more ecological ingredient. And by going to Amazonia, we discovered deforestation. We discovered the tough lives of the guys living in the forest, living by the forest. And after 1 or 2 years, we realized that the people we were working with, the rubber tappers, they could be the destroyers. They could destroy the forest, or they could save the forest. Or no, not save, but protect the forest. And we positioned ourselves as special clients, meaning we give a good value to the rubber that we buy. So
you were sort of incentivizing good behavior in 2 ways here. At the same time, you're trying to grow your company. You're getting all of this knowledge from a thing that you said no one was an expert in. And so you're both growing a company and both also trying to change the way that a culture kind of thinks about their work that's natural, which is very interesting.
But incentivizing means something I don't like. Because
okay, criticism accepted. It's in our panel.
No. That's not you, and that was written on the panel. So that's who wrote the panel, the title of the panel.
It wasn't me.
Seline,
so
how are
not
you?
Guilty.
No, for us, we're paying the fair price, the good price, the normal price for raw materials like organic cotton or wild rubber. That are, for us, extraordinary.
Sure.
So our thoughts since the beginning, we keep going up with the price we propose to the producers because step by step, years after years, we are realizing that they are doing more than an amazing job. It's difficult to transmit in 5 minutes,
Sure.
but
yeah.
the fights they are through.
I think it actually, not to interrupt, but I do think it ties into Matt's work quite well in terms of Hudson Carbon and what they're doing, and I think it's a pretty good time to maybe have Matt speak a little bit about
Hudson Carbon and what you guys are doing over there.
Sure. Thank you.
We'll continue
Sasha.
this conversation afterwards. I just want everyone to introduce their work so we can kind of make a thread through this conversation.
Thank you, Sasha. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Matt Sheffer. I'm the managing director of Hudson Carbon, and Hudson Carbon is a agricultural research institute located on a 2,500-acre farm in upstate New York. And our work is very much dedicated to demonstrating the ecological benefits of regenerative agriculture, and also sort of facilitating the adoption of these systems through developing innovative ecosystem service market infrastructure. And our work is very much motivated by a very glaring problem with the global agricultural economy, which is environmental impact is an externality. And that means billions of dollars every year go towards incentivizing, maximizing production of a very small number of commodities. And the result of that is food and fiber are artificially cheap, and the environment bears the brunt. So we are thinking about ways to incentivize the right kind of behavior on the land. And we're thinking of incentives as, bringing the environment into the economic equation, putting value on positive externalities and placing costs on negative ones. So carbon markets exist. There's cap and trade, which sort of facilitates carbon offsetting in the space of landfill methane capture and refrigerant destruction and things like that. But what we're looking at is figuring out a way to change the marketing of carbon offsets generated on land. The existing markets are the transaction is very abstract. There's really no connection to the land, connection to place, connection to the people who are doing the work on the ground. And they're treated like a bulk commodity, these offsets. They're packaged and sold at a price that is nowhere near enough to influence change on the land. So what we're trying to do is create an experience to connect farmers to climate-concerned citizens who want to support the generation of carbon offsets through regenerative ag. And so in this system, the key is the connection, in this marketplace, the key is the connection between the farmer and the consumer. And that's sort of the foundation of this marketplace that creates transparency. It creates a tangible, real link to the work being done on the ground. And we believe that will drive real demand for these offsets. So if we could skip ahead a little bit, I have some visual aids here. So the idea is, and to bring it into the context of the day, if you're a fashion brand and you're participating on this platform and you're sourcing your food, your fiber from regenerative farms across, this country or the globe, we're going global with this platform, and your suppliers are participating. If your customers are online or buying a garment at a store using Apple Pay, they can be led to this Hudson Carbon platform, and from a map, pick an acre of carbon offsets from the very same farm that produced the textile fiber that produced the garment that you just purchased. And before doing so, you'll have access to very visually rich, narrative-rich content that tells the story of this product that you just bought, and tells the story of the farmer on the land engaging in these regenerative practices that are maximizing the buildup of carbon in the soil and keeping it there. And that really, we really feel that connection and that consumer experience will really drive the engine of carbon sequestration on the land through regenerative agriculture. We are in the process of building this platform. In Q2 or Q3 of this coming year, we plan to sell 2,500 acres of offsets off our original research farm upstate, and then we plan on bringing in farm participants from all over the world to participate in this platform. And just to give you an idea of some rough numbers, depending on the system that you adopt, we expect to see 0.5 ton to 4 tons of carbon per acre per year. And because we're creating this kind of high-end premium user experience, at $100 a ton, that would create a price per acre for a farmer to be actually motivated to make the change on the land, to start bringing the environment into the equation and pulling carbon out of the atmosphere.
That's amazing. It's incredible to see those numbers, actually. Is that impressive? Thank you so much for sharing this. I think we got to move on to Dominique. She's actually representing 2 different places here. She's doing both Sustainable Brooklyn and FiberShed. So I'm excited to see you introduce it a little bit and tie it together for us so that we can have further discussion.
Yeah. How's everybody doing? All right. My name is Dominique Drakeford. I am a sustainable style and social justice influencer, but more importantly, I am one half of Sustainable Brooklyn. My partner gave the beautiful labor acknowledgement this morning. And Sustainable Brooklyn is an organization that bridges the gap between the mainstream sustainability space and targeted communities. We focus primarily on individual, meeting people where they're at, community, developing circular landscapes, and stakeholdership. And with stakeholders primarily, it's the culmination of diversity and equity and corporate social responsibility to really instill strategic solutions. Sustainable Brooklyn does a lot. If you don't know, now you know. One of the things we do is getting into the community, making community events accessible and free, and really creating a paradigm shift in participatory culture for our community. But we are most known for our programming. We have elemental symposiums, and we had we had earth and air last year, and this year we're gonna have fire in May. And ultimately, we completely disrupt the sustainability literacy space by placing Black and brown indigenous people of color at the forefront of conversation, at the forefront of activation, solutions, innovation, all of that shit, because thank you. See, y'all just disrupted my whole flow. Thank you, appreciate it. But yeah, we're really looking to decolonize the space in a very jazzy way, but also change the discourse and re-educate ourselves on the inherent ideology of what sustainability is supposed to look like. And that is having sustainable economies with Black and brown indigenous communities at the forefront of change. But this panel is called what does it mean to incentivize good behavior? And for us,
We might change the incentivize part per your comment.
What word do you like
I want
better?
to talk about that, but I want to have you continue to.
What word do you like better?
Yeah, Sebastian, what do you think?
Work normally.
You said what?
To work normally. To work in
normally.
in a
Okay.
decent way.
Normalizing.
Thank you.
Normalizing good behavior. And for us, I think that a big part of it is equitable partnerships with Black and brown indigenous communities. And I'd like to use FiberShed as a great case study. Does anybody know who FiberShed is? They're a California, yes. They're a California-based nonprofit organization that's been in existence for about 10 years. And they, again, they do a plethora of things, but they're really great at regenerative manufacturing projects and programs. And one thing I want to point out is their regional fiber manufacturing initiative. Again, this is one of many. And they came about this through life cycle assessments that they did at UC Berkeley, and they realized that carbon neutrality can't be achieved, or even just climate positivity can't be achieved without changing the paradigm of production and consumption. And so they're really pushing production, they're really pushing a focus on raw material production. And they're doing this with a plethora of pillars, obviously trying to mitigate fast fashion, building equitable community, obviously craftsmanship. But what I love is that they really hone in on creating circular paradigms that heal the soil, and what they call soil to soil, which I love. And I just can't emphasize how amazing this organization is. They're able to apply appropriate policy and technology that really meets the needs of the community throughout California. Oops. However, the founder, Rebecca, is so dope because she came to me understanding that there are gaps in regional policy, understanding that there is systemic legacies of exploitation, especially with regards to farming and land use and just agriculture in general. And so she was like, yo, Dom, what up? She didn't say this, but in my mind, she's like, Dom, what up? We gotta figure out this solution. Like, we've been in operation for 10 years, and I really want to infuse equity into our paradigm and into our system. So I'm like, okay, Rebecca, let's figure this out. So she invited me to the Wool and Fine Fiber Symposium. I believe it's the 5th annual. And I curated a presentation called The Root of Exploitation in American Land Use. And it was the first time, that the real nitty-gritty conversations of exploitation and colonial infrastructure with regards to land and agriculture was talked about. I mean, I'm standing in front of about 100 white farmers talking about this legacy so that we can not only create the building blocks for diversity and inclusion, but agency and stakeholdership. It has to lead to that next level. And so Rebecca and I have been creating this really good flow, and it's not just about one-off events. It's about really creating a partnership that's going to change the landscape of the work that she's doing. And so, like I mentioned before, I'm here all about partnerships. I gotta go back. Okay, I'm here all about partnerships. And at Sustainable Brooklyn, we're definitely ambassadors for equitable partnerships. And I just can't emphasize enough the importance of the marriage between Black and brown community activists, businesses, innovators, and land and corporate stakeholders. It has to be on everybody's agenda right now to marriage these two entities that are often, in a dichotomy. And I just want to quickly let you guys know there's hope, because small brands are starting to partner with larger corporations and entities. Fatra is just one example. Her company is genius in creating creative infrastructure around waste. And so not only is she a skilled craftsman, she has education, design creation, and is pushing that in spaces larger. Let me tell you guys, we are looking to scale up. Everybody has to create partnership. If you need a place to start, come to me, come to Whitney, come to Sustainable Brooklyn. We're a plethora of resources. I created a blog post last year 47 badass women of color influencers apologetically changing the landscape of fashion. We are out there, and we are ready for healthy partnerships and relationships.
Yes.
And I just want to quickly, I'm going to wrap it up, I promise you. I just want to quickly leave on 2 quotes. This is one that Rebecca from Fibershed sent me right before I was asked to be on this panel. I'll let you guys take a moment and read it, but it was such an organic quote, and I just want to pinpoint, I feel confident that there's a lot that we can do. Everybody in this room has to feel confident, because then that leads to taking responsibility, and then that leads to activation. And I'm gonna end it on Auntie Maya Angelou, who said, do the best you can until you know better, then when you know better, you do better. And we out.
That's amazing.
Sorry, I took all the time.
Wow, quite the introductions. I feel like, do you guys have questions for each other? I mean, like, I feel like there's a thread here. It's amazing. But in terms of scaling, so you're just what you're talking about is like making actual global change. Let's do this on a bigger level. How do you see yourself working with companies like Sebastian and Matt's to like make that happen?
Well, first and foremost, I think larger companies, whether land-based or corporate stakeholders, there's a level of responsibility that has to be taken first. You have to be open to understanding that there's so much exploitation throughout the entire value chain, and even in terms of marketing and education and policy. So even taking that first step to being open to understanding that you have to completely shift, or take a baby step in shifting your paradigm, because there's a lot of brands and organizations and initiatives that have been doing the work, especially those who are on the front lines and who have substantiated the idea of sustainability to begin with. So opening up to understanding different perspectives is number one.
Absolutely. So how do you deal with that, Sebastian, when you're working in the Amazon? How do you explain, first of all, what the work is, and then get the people to kind of understand and be part of the process, and then how did you grow that in the way that you have?
No, it's much broader than the Amazon, because the Amazon part of Veja is one part, but what we created in 2005 is organic cotton, Amazon, the factory in southern Brazil, where we made social audits to see how the workers are paid, treated, where they live, where they sleep, how many hours they work, 40 hours a week. When you compare to China, it's in China it's 70, 80 hours a week. So we choose a warehouse close from Paris that was not doing sneakers at all, and the warehouse was an NGO where they take people with big social problems like jail, alcohol, etc., and they take them back to society. So they give them a job, they help them to find a house, they help them to pay their taxes, etc. And so we started with them, and it was like a small space. Today it's a huge space, and there is 60 to 80 people working in this NGO, and we are their partners. So they do the whole online shop of Veja today, because we grew those last years, and they're taking care of the online shop for the whole world. But it's true what you say. You can do a nice ecological product. You can do a nice socially balanced and economically balanced product, and to be an asshole. And to be like a boss who doesn't give a shit. So this we realized in 2007-8 that you can do nice things up front, but that it's the whole company, the whole organization that has to change. And so that's why we started applying to ourselves what we did for the product, meaning we changed the electricity company that we use for our office, our stores, and we passed through a green energy company. If you know one in New York, we're interested, or in the US. We capped the wages. We gender diversity. The color of the skin is really important to us. So it's not a speech. We don't care about speaking about it, but we do it at the office. And we do it a bit coldly, meaning like you take the first 10 wages of Veja, I think you have 7 women. And it's important to compare what you speak about, what you talk about so well in conferences, to reality, which is I was talking about it with some guys in the room. I don't believe anymore in sustainability. For me, it became for a long time it has been an empty word, and we believe much more in reality, in actions, in what you do, and yes, it's I'm a bit fed up of speaking, of speeches, of words, and for me, the urgency today is to act and then to speak.
I think that is why we are here. Hopefully, actionable items after hearing a talk like this. I always wonder, what do you go home and do? Do you change something? Do you start a movement? Like, do you join a movement? So with that, I guess, Matthew, if you could talk a little bit more about Hudson Carbon, because people are here from New York, they live here, how do they get involved in your company? How do we help you make this global impact that you're trying to make?
Well, I think education is key. And I mean, one of the biggest issues, and I alluded to this in talking about how regular conventional carbon markets work, is the idea of carbon offsetting is inherently abstract. The idea that you're paying for somebody to, through their agricultural practices, pull carbon out of the atmosphere is kind of it's a hard thing to wrap your head around, but it's important, and it's important to changing the way we do agriculture in this country and abroad, because like I said before, the true cost of food in the supermarket and the true cost of fiber in the store is not reflected in what you pay for it, because of the global economic model. And the reason why it's so hard for small farmers to exist is because of the prices they have to charge for their products. And if they're farming in a way that is also cleaning up our environment, then we want to support that as best we can. So that's what we're trying to do here with this marketplace. We're trying to foster the connection between people who are concerned about the climate and those farmers and land managers on the ground doing that real work of managing the land in a way that is pulling carbon out of the atmosphere. So I guess the short answer is just follow us and keep abreast of what we're doing. And like I said, we're going to launch this platform in the late spring, early summer of 2020, selling offsets off of our farm. And we're very much looking for partners to help spread this idea and help popularize this marketplace. So
I think I want to tie it back into education once more with everyone. I think something that I do often, and it's like a one-person crusade of sorts, is to just educate the young people, right? So I do a lot of talking at elementary schools. They always ask the craziest questions that are so hard to answer. They're like, how many constellations do you know? I'm just like, oh man, what? What is that question? So how much of your companies do you how much of your initiative is to reach out and educate not only children, but adults? I think that's one of the most important things. And talking can be cheap, but I think when you do it to young kids, it sticks with them. And it's so important, I think, as part of a company to have that as being an initiative.
You take that one.
The heartbeat of our organization is based on education. I think it started with us having to be clear that this whole sustainability shithole is about understanding that the root of it is a colonial construct. And so with that, we've had to educate not only ourselves, our community, as well as corporations and different stakeholders that the primary mechanisms of the system is education that's feeding the system of exploitation and sacrifice zones, is education, is marketing, and it's public policy. So being able to educate specifically across those primary pillars to get to the root of the issue, but also figure out how to activate change on our ground in our local community and at large for planetary health, it's an ongoing F-word cycle. It's an ongoing cycle, and because it's been so indoctrinated, the sort of this false understanding of sustainability has been indoctrinated into our culture, we have to constantly push and re-educate folks on the reality of the situation, especially with regards to racism, because that is at the heart of it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the answer I was wanting to hear. It's amazing. When you said planetary health, that's just like, it's funny. I'm here on behalf of myself. I do work at JPL, but the thing that we provide to people for free are data that tells you that the planet's not doing well. And what you do with that data is a change you have to make every day. And it's just really amazing to be on stage with 3 people that are at the heartbeat of a lot of this kind of step-by-step. It's gonna be a slow process, but we're gonna get there, right? Matthew, did you have something you wanted to add to the education? No? Okay. Well, I think we're just about at our limit. I wanna thank everyone for being here. Thank you for letting me moderate this.
Thank you.
And I'm so excited for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Hello. I feel like a bathroom break is necessary right now. Is that what I'm seeing? I want to again acknowledge our live streamers who are tuning in on their couches and blankets, cozied up, as well as all of our viewers downstairs in our breathing room. Thank you guys so much. We had such an overwhelming response to this free conference, and obviously when you have these types of panels and it's free, I mean, and every year Study Hall just grows and grows. So we really appreciate those that are watching downstairs because of the overfill of this room. And because this is about sharing space today, we want to suggest that over the break, if you would actually like to switch places with maybe someone downstairs, you can be all laid out. There's tea. It's actually really sweet. There's pillows. But if you wanted to maybe share some space and allow someone else to come and sit in this room after the break, that would be beautiful, as this is a community event and we want to hold space for everybody here. So thank you guys so much. And again, we want to thank our partners, Adidas and Bolts Threads, G-Star Raw, and Selena Chelsea. And the after party tonight is from 7 to 10 p.m. at the Selena Chelsea rooftop. And I'm actually gonna be DJing. And I will accept requests because the crowd is good. I don't normally accept requests. So I'm excited to keep us moving, and also Study Hall is a proud partner of the Earth Institute of Columbia University, and we are so excited to welcome Marco Tedesco and Laurel Zaima of the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory of Columbia University, and that's coming up next. So please give a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marco Tedesco. I'm a scientist at Lamont Earth Observatory of the Columbia University. And I study most of my time melting of the Greenland and Antarctica ice sheets, the economic impact of climate change on our cities, but also the impact of microplastics on our oceans. And we were going to present you a project that we started about a year ago, and we also need your help. I'm going to start with an overview presentation about microplastics and plastics, and Laurel here, she's going to follow up with the project. So, okay. So, plastic pollution, 400 billion stars in our galaxy. It's a big number. How much plastic, of course, now I was spoiled because I showed you the next slide, but how much plastic do you think there is on our planet? It's more or less than the stars of our Milky Way. There's more, and it's actually 13 times more the stars in our galaxy. Now, if you like Shakespeare, now you can probably rephrase, there are more things on Earth and the sky than your philosophy could ever imagine. There are more pieces of plastics on our planet than your philosophy could imagine. We are really changing the face of the planet, the way we think. Now, one point that it has to be made very clear is all plastic ever made is still around. There's no way that it's going anywhere. It's still on our planet. It's somewhere. And this is also very interesting because while I was putting together this talk, I just realized that this is a great also comparison with the CO2 and the problem we have with climate change. Even if we stop producing, emitting CO2 now, everything that is in the atmosphere is still going to have a huge impact on our planet. So we need to capture CO2. Same with plastic. Even if we stop producing plastic now, everything that's around is still going to have an impact on our life. It has to be removed. It has to be captured. And this is a very important point. And I think this is also a point that creates a commonality between the climate change impact and, of course, the plastic, which is an environmental issue as well. What are microplastics, really? Now, there's a range of sizes of microplastics. They go from about 1 micron, just to put it bluntly, is basically the thickness of your blood cells, the red blood cells, so very tiny, to about 5 millimeters, the thickness of a pencil. There is other kind of plastics, but these plastics are what we're focusing on, and they basically can be divided into primary and secondary. Primary microplastics are the ones that are tiny plastics at their source. In this case of microbeads, nurdles, which are basically used for producing larger plastics, and microfibers. We heard before, of course, in the fashion, it's a big issue, the production of microfibers. Then you have the secondary microplastics, which is basically the ones that are created by the decomposition, either mechanical breaking down or the sun is breaking down the particles and making it smaller and smaller. And microfoam. These particles also are breaking down and they continue to pollute our planet. How much microplastic and where are the sources? 35% roughly of microplastics comes from synthetic textile, basically the clothes we're wearing. Car tires are a big source, and they're getting bigger and bigger. And then you have city dust and also personal care products. It's actually smaller than before. One thing that we have to remember is it's everywhere. It's in the soil, it's in the atmosphere, it's in the ocean, and we really need to understand how it moves around, how it's distributed, what are the sources, and where do they go. As of now, we really have very little knowledge about these issues. So we cannot really even implement policies. We cannot suggest or indicate to politicians what to do and how to do it because we have no clue how things are moving, at least not at the level that we really need to. And this is important because we actually eat or drink a total of 5 grams of microplastics per week. It's the equivalent of having basically a credit card swollen every week. So that's how much we're eating now on average. And of course, it depends where you live, you might eat more or less. And so the reason why we started this project, and I'm going to leave Laurel to talk about it, is to understand better the distribution, the impact, and of course, snow is a big source of our drinking water, and that's where we want to come in.
Thank you. So at Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, I'm an educator, and we, as Marco said, we don't know very much about how microplastic is being transported. There is some limited research, but specifically microplastic that's deposited by snow, there is almost no research on that. So with the Plastic Snow Community Science Project, we are hoping to use crowdsourcing data from people all over the country to send us samples so we can have a better understanding of how this microplastic is moving, especially in the winter times. So this is a three-tiered goal project. One, of course, is to start researching in this groundbreaking field to have a better understanding of microplastics disseminated by snow. The second is to teach the public about the dangers of microplastics and what they can do as environmental stewards to limit their consumption of single-use plastics. And three is to engage community, students, and educators in real research to increase scientific literacy. So, as a citizen scientist of this project, you will be able to collect snow in your own backyard with kits that we'll provide you for free. You will have the ability to isolate the microplastics from the snowmelt and for yourself, in the comfort of your home, observe, count, quantify, take pictures, and send all that data back to us at Lamont. Of course, some of the methods that you'd be using in your home are going to be different than the methods that we have at the lab, so we'll also have you send snow melt samples to us where we can analyze using state-of-the-art equipment. And then we are going to make all of this data open source on our website as another form of communicating this science to everyone. This project is really going to ramp up next year, so winter 2020, 2021. We look forward to having all of you help us. If you're interested, you can go to our Plastic Snow website for more information about that. However, we did get some preliminary results from snow from Aspen, and what we found was staggering. We found hundreds of microplastics in subsamples of the snowmelt that they sent us, of all four major types, one being microfibers, as Marco said, coming from synthetic textiles. So if you can see that squiggly little line that's fluorescing, that is an example of a microfiber. We also found microbeads. You can see that perfect green circle that's fluorescing is an example of a microbead. The differences between the fluorescing is dependent on the plastic polymers that were used to create that product. Microfragments, all of these orange kind of irregular bits, are broken up pieces of larger macroplastics, and microfilms, which would be broken down from plastic bags. We were really surprised to find this. Of course, this is preliminary, but we look forward to doing more research on this with your help, of course. But in the meantime, we're calling you to action. Everyone here, everyone who's watching today, we need your help. First, we need to stop using single-use plastics, and we really need to stop releasing it in the environment. Thank you. So that means reusable bags, water bottles, bringing your own metal straws. And if anything, it's going to spark conversations with you and the people around you, your friends and family, about why you're doing these things, which is extremely important. We also, if you do have synthetics, clothes, which I know a lot of us do, to ensure that you're washing them in mesh bags, so we're preventing those microfibers from entering our wastewater treatment plants that won't be able to filter it out. And finally, we vote every time we make a purchase. So making sure that you are supporting companies that you truly believe in. Anything that is sustainable, using recycled textiles, these are the companies that we want to support moving forward. We also want to remove what's already in our environment. In terms of microplastics, that's extremely challenging. We don't necessarily have the capacity to do that yet, but we have this next generation of thinkers that are going to come up with innovative ideas to use engineering techniques to catch these microplastics. And so we're trying to support the youth in that effort. In terms of community efforts, this is a great opportunity for grassroots, strengthening your community, go out there and clean up the plastics that you can in your communities. And last, education. So teaching your family and friends what you learned today is one of the most important things. This is a global problem. We're not going to be able to solve it with just us. We need everyone on board. So teaching everyone that what you learned today, not just in this session, but every one of these incredible speakers, will make a huge impact. Thank you.
Thank you again to Marco and Laurel for that. Also, again, posting. I know that initially studyhall.earth is an Instagram that is up, but they're going to disable that at the end of the week. So all tags should be at the Slow Factory. You can hashtag studyhall, hashtag climate action now, or hashtag climate positivity at scale. And so I'm excited about our next panel. Next up, we're going to talk about the global garment workforce through the lens of the International Labor Organization. And I want to please give a warm welcome to our moderator, Lillian Liu.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Lillian Liu. I'm a bit of a sustainable fashion nerd, worked in the space for the last 10 years, coming from the nonprofit side on the ground in China to joining the UN Global Compact and starting my own sustainable fashion brand. And these days I'm with change agency Futerra, where we build strategies for companies and nonprofits to change the world, essentially. And with me, I have two distinguished guests here, which I'm delighted to introduce. Tara Rangarajan from the International Labor Organization. She oversees brand engagement, communications, and several country programs for better work. And prior to this, Tara was at Business for Social Responsibility, working extensively on international labor and labor standards issues. So a real expert in this field. Rick Rellinger, he's the Vice President of Corporate Responsibility at PVH, leading human rights programs. PVH is one of the largest global apparel companies, parent of Tommy Hilfiger, Calvin Klein, and other well-known brands. And Rick's work is focused on human rights and responsible sourcing. He's also worked at the Fair Labor Association and the Harvard CSR Initiative. So again, a wealth of knowledge here with me on stage. Thank you. Lovely. So enough about us. I want to, ask you guys a question now and kind of turn this over to you. We've talked a lot about science today. We've talked about climate change. But we're really here to talk about the human element. So we all wear clothes, and when you got up this morning, were you thinking about how many hands have been touching this piece of clothing that you're wearing? I don't usually think that way. I guess that would be kind of strange to wake up and think about that full, all these hands that touch the piece of clothing that gets to you, but it's actually a lot of people that are involved in getting this specific jacket to you. So in this session, we're really going to highlight the human element of all this. Labor is not necessarily the most sexy topic these days, but it is really, really important. We know that 1 in 6 people in the world work in a job related to fashion. It's actually a pretty crazy stat. When you think about the garment workforce, which is specifically the people that actually sew the textiles together so it becomes a piece of clothing, that's about 60 million people worldwide. And however, only about 2% of those earn a living wage. So it's actually a pretty crazy stat as well. And in most cases, those hands that have touched your clothes belong to women as well. It's about 3 out of 4 cases. So all that to say is just, there is a really big human element to the fashion industry, and because it has such a big scale, it's really important that we address those issues. So I'm really excited to have some of the really leading actors in the space with me, ILO and PVH, that are making change happening on the ground. So thank you again for joining us here today. So perhaps we can open up a bit, and Tara, if you don't mind telling us a little bit about the Better Work program and how you specifically collaborate with brands and companies to make change happen.
Thank you, Lillian, and thank you for having us today. This session is really an opportunity for us to talk to you, as Lillian said, about the impact of the industry on people's lives and on the livelihood that those who make our clothes have the opportunity to make. It's so important in listening to all the sessions today about the role that the fashion industry has in reducing the negative impact on the planet. But we also have an opportunity with the reach and the scale that Lillian mentioned to have such a positive impact on people's lives. A lot of the countries where our clothes are made rely exclusively or predominantly on the fashion industry for the livelihoods and the jobs of most of the people in that country. And that is an opportunity that we have really to redefine what fashion means for people's lives and the way that the fashion industry is able to start to lift people out of poverty in so many countries around the world. The ILO is the longest standing UN organization. We were formed about 100 years ago after World War I, really with the idea that the only way to bring about lasting peace in the world is through social justice. So the ILO came together and formed as an organization that has equal counterparts, governments, workers, and employers. And what we do today is bring all of those partners together to help create shared solutions to create decent work around the world. Now, about 10 years ago, the ILO came together with the International Finance Corporation, which is the private development arm of the World Bank, to say, how can we look at a way in which the apparel industry can improve labor standards and also improve the competitiveness of the apparel industry? It doesn't have to be a win-lose. It doesn't have to be that investing in workers' rights means a negative impact on the bottom line of companies. So Better Work was created. We now work around the world with governments and workers and employers in more than 8 countries that are primarily garment-producing countries, and impacting about 2.5 million workers around the world. We work very closely with companies like PVH to look at the conditions in their factories to make sure that their factories are adhering to international labor standards and national labor laws. But then we also work with companies to help look at the endemic issues across the industry. So how do we really start to tackle wages and make sure that workers are paid a decent wage? How do we attack the excessive overtime that continues to occur in this industry? How do we look at unsafe health and safety working conditions? And how do we ensure that workers really have a voice, that they're able to collectively bargain and associate? So those are the types of things that the Better Work program was set up to do about 10 years ago.
Thank you so much. It sounds like you're doing amazing work, and I know from my experience being on the ground that it's much needed, so it's really good. So Rick, over to kind of the private side for a moment, right? With PVH, I mean, you guys have set a really 15 really impressive goals that are public, quantifiable around sustainability, and you have a goal around improving lives, 1 million lives across your value chain. Can you sort of break that down for us a bit and talk about, you know, why you set those goals, but also how you are delivering on it already?
Absolutely. Thanks, Lillian. Well, PVH has always been committed to corporate responsibility since the apparel sector really took its responsibility to respect human rights as a call to action. We were one of the first companies to create a code of conduct that says this is specifically what we expect to see where workers are involved in the manufacturing of our product. We were one of the first companies to create a corporate responsibility committee of our board of directors. So at the highest level of decision-making and governance in our organization, we're talking about impacts on people and the environment. And we are one of the founding members of the Bangladesh Accord, a really amazing example of creating a legally binding agreement between the private sector and global union federations to address safety issues in the Bangladesh garment sector. So our commitment to people has been core to who we are as a company, and connecting our commitment to our associates, but also everybody, as Lillian described, who touches a component of the manufacturing process that enables us to have the beautiful clothes that we get to benefit from every day. So what we said is, how can we do more? Because we know we're not doing enough. As Tara mentioned, a number of these issues are endemic in the supply chain, and no individual company can address these things alone. And to do that, we need to be accountable, and we need to be transparent. So we set 15 public, time-bound, quantifiable targets. If you go on responsibility.pvh.com today, you can go find those there. And this is really a call to action for us, our associates, and our organization, but we also feel the same for the industry. And we're seeing a number of other companies take the same action. Now, it's important in terms of how we set those targets. We're not sitting in corporate offices coming up with these targets and trying to design, what do we think is the best thing for people around the world who manufacture our goods. It has to come from the people who are involved in the manufacturing process, and it really has to put them at the center of driving change in the industry. So if you look at a number of our targets, whether it's with respect to amplifying worker voice or advancing living wages, that work is done to look at worker representative structures. So as we think about amplifying worker voice, it's in partnership with the ILO and Better Work to say we need worker representatives in our factory who are at the center of the change process and working directly with their employer on how they want to improve the working conditions that they experience when they go to work. Similarly, with our commitment to advanced living wages, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with Industrial, the Global Union Federation, on putting workers at the center of the process at defining living wages by negotiating collective bargaining agreements at a national level. So I think the key to our targets and what we're most proud of as an American company is working directly with workers and worker representatives to enable them to drive the change and not think that we can drive all of the change from here in New York.
It's amazing. Thank you. It's definitely not an easy job you have, so I understand how hard it is to get to that point. So,
but I would also note it's a privilege to have this job too.
Absolutely. Well said. So Tara, going back to you for a moment, from where you sit, obviously you work with governments, you work with industry. What do you think is really the sort of call to action for us here in this room, right? I mean, we need everybody to be engaged, and I know that, I don't want us to leave here today thinking that that was an interesting discussion, but, that's not my problem, and again, we don't experience necessarily the global supply chain in our everyday lives. So what is the one action or thing that we could do to engage in this when we walk away from here?
Great, thank you. All right, well, I'm going to give 3.
Great.
You asked for 1, I'll give you 3. The first one is make sure you know where your clothes are being made. If you're in the fashion industry, if you're a designer, if you're a producer, whatever your role is in the fashion industry, make sure you know where your clothes are being made and be transparent about that with the public. The more information that is out there about who's sourcing from which factories and what the conditions are in those factories, the more information we're gonna have to drive for better working conditions. Secondly, find out what the conditions are in those factories and work with unlikely partners to make a difference. Don't just work in the industry. Reach out to governments. It's their job to protect their workers. Reach out to workers' organizations. Work with employers, with manufacturers. They all have a really important voice. They all have a really important role to play. It's not the fashion industry alone that's going to drive the change. So broaden your networks, reach out to new partners, and work with people in the countries where you're getting your clothing made. And third, take advantage of the fact that the world is looking at sustainable fashion. Right now, they're looking at it through the lens of environment. That's great. We need that. The world's going to end otherwise. As my high school children scream and yell at me, it's all about climate change. That's true, but that also creates an opportunity for us to think about the human and elements of the fashion industry. So raise your voice and don't settle for anything less than the ability of the fashion industry to make a positive impact on people's lives and on improving and reducing poverty around the world.
Thank you. Well said. Rick, do you have anything to add to that? I'm thinking specifically as we were coming on the stage, we were, really thinking about that connection between the bigger problems we're facing with climate, but also that human touch and how climate is connected to, women's opportunities. So thinking forward, how do you think we can tackle these issues?
Absolutely. So would say two things building upon what Tara said. First, we think about the experience for people who are involved in making clothes, and that has both in relationship to environmental sustainability, but also social justice. And if we're talking about our commitment to eliminate hazardous chemicals from our business and our value chain, certainly that's motivated by the fact that we want to ensure that there's no hazardous chemicals being polluted into the environment where our clothes are manufactured, but we also want to ensure anybody who's involved in manufacturing any of our products comes to work knowing that they're not going to be exposed to hazardous chemicals just for earning a wage to be able to support their family. So that connection between environmental sustainability and social justice is absolutely critical and something we as industry insiders should always keep front of mind. The second part is partnership, and Tara mentioned this as well, is as the private sector, if we're just working with other brands, we're not making a difference. We need to partner with governments, we need to partner with civil society, and we need to partner with unions, because change will only happen when we're all working together on the same goal, but we have to set our commitments publicly, and we need to work with partners across all parts of the industry to ensure that we're held accountable in driving those changes. And I think together, if we are able to connect environmental responsibility to social justice and be public and accountable in our commitments, we're really going to start to accelerate improvements in working conditions in the supply chain, but also in terms of our environmental impact.
That's super exciting. Thank you so much. So I think we're hearing connecting both issues, themes, connecting people, partnering, and also asking the question, where is this coming from, and being very transparent, asking for information. Thank you so much all for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, gals, non-binary, and everyone in between. So now we are going to watch a short film that documents landfills as museums, and this is an initiative produced by Slow Factory and Adidas. So if you would draw your attention to the screen, and then I will return shortly after Seline and the next panel comes up. Thank you, guys.
There's almost this taboo of discussing waste, and since I was a kid I was imagining, where would it go, where does it go, and the answer is always to the landfill, to the landfill. But no, they don't just go away. There is no away. Where are these things going? Trash, it's a necessary byproduct of our existence.
I pretty much consider a landfill this like chaotic sort of just dump, unorganized, smelly, apocalyptic.
You know, you're walking on piles and mountains and you recognize the things across the field. But there's a lot of environmental activism there that I think was shocking for everybody.
I think one of the biggest myths is that landfills are just big holes in the ground that materials get dumped into. That might have been true ages ago, but a modern landfill is really an engineering marvel.
3 generations grew up on this property, working here, living here. My grandfather grew up digging the lakes, and then my father worked on the farms that were located here, and then subsequently we came in and started working on the landfill on the same piece of property. So we're working on our 4th landfill since I've been here. Through technology and reuse or recycle, I'd be happy not to build any more of these.
Landfills as museum is a way for us to start meditating on the end of life of products.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is this today's tour?
It is today's store. So, how you doing? We still have people that feel that these operations are leftovers from the 50s, where there's no technology, there's no environmental controls in place, but people come out for a tour, they're just overwhelmed and wowed by the advances that we've made in managing the waste over the years. And a lot of folks sort of probably perceive us as being sort of the bad guy, that we're just in this for profit, but we're not.
Students that are enrolling in design programs in fashion, before they start imagining new products, they have to be able to imagine life cycle assessments from a point of view that is a lived experience.
So someone ate some fries, there's grease and there's ketchup, and so this will never get recycled.
They thought of environmentalism at the front end and don't buy this, but I don't think they realized how much environmentalism comes at the end of life through organizations like Waste Management, and how much of a feat of engineering it is.
We are one of the largest recyclers in the country, if not the largest recycler in the country.
I left with the sort of amazement of how productive they actually are.
Car goes to be recycled. This is all the interior foam products and plastics and stuff that's not recyclable. We actually bring it back to the landfill. This is a good material for the trucks to be able to drive through because it can absorb the rainwater and the trucks can still get through it and drive through it.
I didn't even know that they produced, energy that went back into the grid. That was so cool.
I just expected to see a bunch of steamy, wet, garbage, and I was so pleasantly surprised to see how beautiful, honestly, it was, and how well it's maintained.
There are things that we do really well, but there are some parts that we need help on, and so this is a perfect time to be working with fashion designers, textile designers, to rethink about how garments are being designed so that by the time they get to us, we know that there are some other options for them that can extend the life and reduce the environmental impact of that garment.
So if we could do something up front in the design, that's going to make it easier for a company like ours to reuse that product and get it back in the market.
I think it's important for corporations to understand where the products end up. As big companies, we have the power and responsibility to change things.
Waste Management mentioned that there were 600 trucks that dumped a load just in that one day. It sort of, reaffirms that trying to design things to stay out of the landfill is sort of the most important thing.
These students are the future. They're the ones who care. They're the ones who are mad about the state of the world they were born into. I feel that we had a number of students that were volunteering their own time to be there to learn about circular systems so that they can create, and that connection is really what we need.
It's up to the younger generation who's coming up with these new technologies that maybe can help.
Fashion is very attractive. It's glamorous. Everyone wants to design a beautiful collection, but it's an actual product. Consider the lifespan, especially, and where you want your garment to be in 50 years. As a designer, I commit to mindful design and mindful appropriation of material.
Each person plays a role in making it successful. I think there's this thought that, just put it in the can, sort of out of sight, out of mind, instead of realizing that every purchasing decision that you make has an impact.
And I feel like it just made me think beyond the fashion industry. Being involved in something like this is so important because it just teaches you how to build a better relationship with waste.
We need to observe waste as a new resource, and we have to think of waste as an asset.
This has to stop becoming a polarized issue and a political issue and start to become a human issue.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sophia Lee. I'm a journalist, and I was the one who directed this short documentary about landfills. Just quick shout out. We have our stars of our short documentary over here. Hi, Bobby. Hi, guys. And Theanne. I'm going to quickly introduce our amazing panelists. We have Seline Shenoy. We have Jay, who's the environmental manager for waste management.
Jay, sit here.
And then Aisha Martin, she's the director of global purpose at Adidas. So thank you everyone for being here and everyone for watching that short documentary about waste. Let's build a better relationship with waste. So can we all introduce ourselves really fast and then talk about your first memory with trash? Because I know we come from all over the world, and to be at a landfill that was that beautiful and organized is a privilege. Actually, that was like going to Disneyland for us. It was so much fun. Jay, should we start with you?
Sure. Thanks for having us here. As Waste Management, we're extremely honored to be part of this and be partnered with Slow Factory. So I am Jay Kaplan. I'm the environmental manager for Waste Management, and I'm based here in Brooklyn. And when you think of my title, you're probably wondering, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't either. But I do a lot of things. I'm an environmentalist, I'm an engineer, I do permitting, I'm a mentor, I'm a mentoree, I'm a student and teacher, and all these different things at Waste Management. And when you're in the waste industry, you have to be able to transform and be resilient. So that's what we do.
Hi. Hi, everyone. So my name's Aisha. I'm actually originally from South Africa. So it definitely was a privilege seeing waste managed in this way. I work for Adidas in the Global Purpose team, and really everything that we do is anchored in creating movements and the actions on the ground. So as opposed to just making bold statements, our team are really focused on social impact initiatives and creating change that we want to see.
And I'm Seline Shenoy. I don't think I need an introduction now. But I'm so honored to be sitting between Adidas and Waste Management, my two partners, on this crazy adventure. When I first pitched it to Jay, I was like, I'm going to turn the landfills as museums. And he's like, no, it can't be, because it's not a museum. And then over and over, we try to explore the idea of the important idea of bringing students, or at least design students, to live the experience of being in a landfill. And I come from Lebanon, as you heard before, and like Aisha, for me, the landfills in America, they're also like Disneyland, because in Lebanon, it's not as organized. We don't have the same technology. We don't even have the same resources. Actually, waste for me is a very personal issue, because I don't know if you follow the news, but not too long ago, 2 years ago, there was a waste crisis in my country, where there was waste literally everywhere, like on the streets, everywhere. We had nowhere to put it. We had run out of landfills. Landfills were not organized or designed the same way Waste Management organizes. And basically, there's an anatomy of the landfill, really, that we learned together, right? That you guys structure it in a way where it can slowly collapse, release energy, and recycle that energy. And so landfill as museums is a big learning experience in diving deep into what circularity means from the end-of-life perspective.
Thank you. Aisha, did you want to elaborate more on your first memory with trash while growing up in South Africa?
Yeah, I mean, when I think about it, I actually giggle a little bit, which maybe isn't, I don't know, maybe that seems weird. But for me, growing up, we were actually taught to value everything. And so waste became, or perceived waste became a resource for us. So for me, when I hear that question, I think about maybe coming home from school and thinking, yes, I saw an ice cream tub in the freezer, I'm gonna have a nice scoop, and then opening it, and it's my mom that's reused the container to have something else. So for me, we were taught from a young age that waste is not necessarily like products, things shouldn't just be discarded. We had to be resourceful because we had to make the most of what we have. So that really makes me think of my mom. So, yeah.
Amazing. Jay, any first memories with trash?
Well, actually,
I encourage everyone to think about their first memory with trash, too. It's quite an interesting narrative.
It is, and that story actually reminded me of something. I had something else I was going to say, but I've changed my mind. Because when I was 12 and 13 years old, in my neighborhood, they had bulk collection every summer. And I would go out on my bicycle through bulk collection, and I would bring home all sorts of things, old lawnmowers and tractors, and I'd fix them up, and I'd put them in the front yard, and I'd sell them. And my mother always used to say, well, you know, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that? I'm like, it's going to be sold. And everything's sold, and eventually that's how I bought my first car. Just getting junk and selling it.
I want to ask the audience really fast. Raise your hand if you know where your trash specifically goes. Which landfill? Raise your hand high, and waste management does not count.
Waste management, you can't raise your hand.
Over there, where does your trash go? Yeah. Okay, amazing. Anyone else? No. Okay, so one person in this entire audience.
Oh,
right? Sorry, one here.
Richmond Point Landfill, Richmond, California.
California.
Right in Richmond, California, next to.
Where do you live? In Brooklyn. Oh, Berkeley. I was like, wow, your trash from Brooklyn goes to California? Got it, Berkeley. Cool. So this film talked about it a lot, how when we throw something away, we have this separation with waste. When we throw it away, it just goes away, right? And then we don't think about it anymore. And I think landfills as museums brings it full circle. So I wanted to ask you three, is trash a necessary byproduct of life?
I guess I'll take that first. So, well, there's always going to be some residual material generated from whatever we're doing. And just, you know, as a consumer, packaging, if you think about it today, there's so many different types of packaging, and it's hard to even decide what to do with half of the things that we have. And I know we're going to talk about recycling later. I don't want to go jumping too far ahead, but when it comes to landfills and residuals, there'll be a need for it, I think, indefinitely. I think what we need to do and what we're doing here today is really talking about how to design things so that we're using less, reusing what we can, and then whatever can't be reused or used by someone else, let's just say, is finally recycled.
Is trash a necessary byproduct of life?
Of life.
So I guess we can go on a deeper philosophical understanding that, you know, every time you breathe out, you create something that could be considered trash.
Carbon dioxide.
Yes, but that nature uses as food, right, for the plants and so on. And so when we look at it this way, is it really trash what we're doing? Or can we start looking at it as a resource, more importantly? And so I would address any designer to really think the way that we design things, the way that we even consume things, the way that we live our lives. Does it really have to go in a linear format? Or could we start thinking of micro circles that we start creating, for instance, like washing the tub of ice cream and using it as a Tupperware rather than tossing it in the recycling and buying Tupperware, for example. And for instance, the way that we approach trash in Slow Factory is not so much as trash, but can it be a resource? Can we start closing that loop, you know, on little things that we do every day as consumers? Of course, larger things that we can influence within the industry. And I really don't believe in trash. I don't think trash exists. It's just the system that is designed in a linear way. The end product is not trash.
Yeah, I also agree, and thank you for your comments, but I think it's also about reframing waste specifically and finding value in the end of life of products, and how do we work to extend the life of products through reuse or recycling. I also think that it's really important to use it as an opportunity to get creative. Like the powerful nature of this collaboration here was just because we used our platforms to inspire and enable people to take action around what is a really wicked problem, because we can't solve it individually and we have to be open to collaboration. So I think, yeah, waste maybe shouldn't be deemed as something detrimental, because reframing it makes us all feel more inclined to think about possibilities. And together, we can try and work things out.
Together. So that actually leads to my next question. Seline, how do we make a linear system that you mentioned into a circular system with all of us working together?
I always make the comparison that it's like taking a tube and trying to bend it in a circle, and it's like, especially if you have zero muscles like me. And but it is a collective effort. For instance, like this little collaboration, we just went once. I mean, we went more than once, but with the students. As I went 2 times. But with the students, we are having an entire program for the next months to come, 8 to 12 months even, and with my colleague, Dr. Tian Shiros, who I don't know, she was sitting here. Oh, here she is. Dr. Tian Shiros is including it as part of her class at FIT with life cycle assessment. So this idea of bending the linear system like this feels a little less hard to do on your own, because you have someone like Thian, you have someone like Jay, you have someone like Aisha, and it's a human chain. Honestly, it's not like Adidas and Waste Management, these obscure entities. It's very much like individuals within every single organization. There's always a champion in an organization that's going to listen to you, that's going to open up the door for you and allow something to change. It could be a small project. Hopefully it leads to a second, and we create like as Ayana was saying this morning, a wave or a ripple that goes into a wave, and it's a chain of people holding each other.
So let's start that ripple effect. Jay, you mentioned wish cycling before, and I wanted you to elaborate on it. One, what is wish cycling, and how do we combat that as consumers?
So wish cycling is really simple, and I think everyone in this room may be guilty of it at one point or another. It's when your expectation of recycling a material or something you have at home exceeds the ability of the recycling facility where that material is going to ultimately go. So, for example, you have a pizza box that gets stained with oil and cheese and whatever, and you put it in your recycling bin and you say, that's going to go and it's going to become another pizza box. Well, it's not. What's going to happen is it's going to go on a conveyor belt and someone's going to see it's contaminated, and they're going to take it off. It's going to go into the trash, and then it will never get recycled. So that's like one example. I could give you many, but like, for example, you have a toaster that breaks, metal, and you think, well, I'm going to recycle it, right? It's metal, put it in. Well, it doesn't fit that traditional form of recycling, and really the issue is on the education side. When people are trying to determine what should go where, whether it's a recycling item or garbage item, they don't really think about it in those terms. They just say it's metal, maybe there's some plastic, an extension cord has metal in it, right? And they throw it into the recycling bin, and then it goes to a recycling plant and it gets wrapped around the conveyor belts, and it takes an employee 3 hours to take it out, and the system's down for hours, right? So that's sort of like painting the picture of why all this contamination is really challenging, and what wish cycling is really doing to the system. It's really slowing it down and making it really hard to recycle. And through education and understanding, we can make it better. Ultimately, however, I think what we really need to do is really take a look at what are we buying as consumers? What makes sense? Is the item that we're going to buy, do we really understand what the life cycle of it is? Is it going to be something that will have a long life, or is it a single use? You're going to throw it away, or you're going to try to recycle it? Can it even be recycled? So, we really need to ask ourselves these questions and think as consumers of how do we really want to invest our dollars, because those dollars can drive the industry to make adjustments and make improvements so that there's less wish cycling.
So wish cycling starts with really good intention, but then your greasy pizza box might have shut down the recycling facility center for hours and stopped the entire system. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so wish cycling has large consequences.
Negative consequences.
What are some other, just really fast, name them off the top of your head, products that people usually wish cycle that can't be recycled?
Any sort of, let's say like a paper that has like a foil attached to it, or a plastic that has, like multi-layered
So
materials.
coffee cups with plastic layering inside,
Yep,
okay?
that's a great one. Any sort of appliance, toys.
What about in the plastic realm?
In the plastic realm, so like the peel-off sticker type of thing on like a yogurt container is not recyclable.
Berry containers?
They can be.
They can be? Okay.
Yeah, most cartons are not recyclable. Anything that's got food in it, I think the number one thing I would want everyone to think about is when you have a food container and you want to recycle it, you have to clean it.
Yeah, your hummus container, your peanut butter container, which takes so long to clean, by the way. You will spend 20 minutes cleaning that peanut butter container, but it's worth it.
Exactly.
Okay, so just a quick raise your hands. Who has wish cycled in the past?
Ooh.
That's
Even the waste
overwhelming.
management.
Even waste management team.
Hey.
Wow.
I wish cycle, okay?
You wish
I wish
cycle.
I do. I can't help
It's like a confessional of the wish cyclers. Aisha, why is it so important for a brand like Adidas or any brand to understand the life cycle assessment of a product and to understand where their products could end up?
I think, again, it's just thinking about things at the start of the journey and sort of reassessing the paths that we would take. So thinking about sustainability up front, and that's really something that we adopt. And it's not just something that we talk about, it's the culture of the brand internally as well. It's not just about how we innovate and create technologies and products that stand up to the performance standards that is expected from our brand, because we have athletes who are superpowers or have superpowers, and we support them with our product, and we need to uphold that. So it's really taking the approach from the outset, and thinking about sustainable product is not sort of a diffusion line, but how do we introduce it into and across all categories? And I think that really talks about how we behave internally, but then externally, it's how do we use our platform and understand and acknowledge that, yes, we are part of the problem, so how do we build the solutions, and how do we inspire and enable the next generation, everybody here, people, to take small or big actions, take them with us on the journey. There's actually an article in the zine, which is a reflection from the designers on Futurecraft Loop, which was scaled to today and is still scaling. It's a beta test at the moment, and it's ultimately a shoe that's made to be remade. But the beauty is that that started 10 years and years ago, but we're only now able to bring it to, and storytell around it, test it. And then I just also want to say, part of the power, and truly, I believe this as a person, as a human, I am a human being that works for a big brand. So my beliefs, my values, they come with me to work, and unlocking purpose. Yes. Unlocking purpose in my everyday is my job, and I'm grateful for that, but it's fostering relationships with our partners, with creators, with people like Seline, talking to the students, to the next generation, and there's a group of students from our SEED program in the audience. There's just so much to do, and I think we also have to be open to learn by doing. And I'm just really grateful that we have that opportunity and to be here today.
Thank you. Seline, what was the most surprising sustainability engineering feat that you discovered at the landfills?
But it wasn't so much of a discovery rather than it was like a thesis we had that we have to push for design for this assembly. It has to be a norm. And waste-led design, the whole process of it, the entire sort of education curriculum around waste-led design was to be reinforcing design for disassembly, understanding not just recycling, reuse, repurpose, like the normal R's that we're all accustomed to, but how do we design for that toaster to be taken apart so easily? How do we design for the phone that when you are discarding it, the system is ready to receive it, and so we can take it apart and reuse it and evaluate quickly which parts are still good to be reused, which parts are needing to be melted down. Because when we think of recycling, we really imagine that it's all going towards this tunnel of shredder, the shredder, you know? You put it in there, it's gonna get shredded, and then it's gonna become something new magically. It's like a Dr. Seuss machine where on one end you put in your stuff, and on the other end comes like everything fun. And the idea, for me, I've always drew that machine, and we've tried to do it in several instances with previous projects that I was doing, just as an awareness, machine. When we went to the landfills, what we discovered is that, unfortunately, like, we are putting things out and no one or the system is not ready to receive them, or if they are, they don't have the tools, because how it's designed in such an opaque way that it's not open, it's not ready to be dismantled, it's not designed for this assembly. So what we saw there was it was reassuring us that this thesis needed to be pushed as an agenda for the industry to start implementing immediately notions of design for disassembly.
Thank you. So one of the most surprising things I learned while at the landfills was in that film, we circled the methane pipe. So methane is a natural emission from landfills, and methane is a gas that's 30 times more potent than carbon dioxide. So it's actually even worse for our ecosystem. But what waste management does is they use that pipe and they extract the methane and put it back into the power grid. So Jay, I wanted to talk about, what does the circular surplus economy mean, and how does waste management accomplish this?
Sure. So great point and there's many of those wells that was circled on that video. If you did notice it, every landfill has potentially up to hundreds of those extraction points where we're pulling methane gas out of the landfill mass and pipelining it to engines that generate electricity. We also clean it and compress it and use it to power our collection vehicles that go out and pick up trash. And we're continuously looking at new and different ways to use that gas. On the power generation side, that power that we make runs our facility, and as you mentioned, there's a surplus of energy which we then put back into the grid, and it runs and powers thousands of homes in the community in which we operate.
So the electricity right now could be powered by waste management?
Yes.
Technically?
Yep.
That's amazing. Aisha, how has the responsibility of brands evolved as sustainability has come into the forefront? And how does a brand that relies on business profit balance that with consumerism and sustainability?
I think that's a really good question. I do think that there's power in community, and so the community of consumers have been a lot more vocal about what they expect and demand from big brands. And I think from an Adidas perspective, we've taken on initiatives for many years, but not necessarily spoken about them. And so now is the time to really speak our truth internally and externally, and that's great. I also think that as a big brand, we have the responsibility to start inching towards different changes. So one of the big changes that we're gearing towards is coming off virgin polyester by 2024. And I think that for the sports industry is a huge move in itself. It's about changing behaviors, but also the way that we essentially approach everything around creating product. I do also think that what's really important is to, again, from a global purpose perspective, think about how that inspiring and enabling part is true and authentic. And so what we're really focused on as well is not just talking about things, but doing the things. Like, how do we actually get out there and go to a landfill and equip students? How do we do things like host one of the biggest events ever to get people running for the planet? I also really love, and we've heard it a few times today, but truly our approach to sustainability is from a people and planet perspective. So we care for the planet, but we also care for people, and we've been doing lots of work in that realm too. I also think a lot of the journey is going to be about shifting norms, and we need everyone's help to do that. So an example, and you can read about it as well, but with the made-to-be-remade Futurecraft looped shoe, part of the test was seeding the product and then having consumers return that. And some consumers didn't return the product. So we do have work to do as a group, as a collective, to change our behaviors and shift mindset, because it essentially, to be a circle, we all have to act together.
Thank you. I wanted to ask each of you, as we're wrapping up, how do we build a better relationship with waste on an individual level? Jay, we can start with you.
Okay, so I go back to what I mentioned before. I think the first thing we really need to take a hard look at as an individual is, what am I really buying as a consumer? You know, do I really need it? And if I do need it, what is its life expectancy? How is this item going to look when I'm done with it? Can I reuse it? Can I let someone else reuse it? Or what is the ultimate fate? And the second piece of that would be, if I can't reuse it, can't give it to someone else to reuse, is it recyclable at all? And I think that we need to, as a culture, just focus on it and make that change.
Very quickly, I have 2 kids, so the relationship with waste is exponential, because like they make so much waste. Even just a crafting session is like, I feel so bad. I'm not an environmentalist. My relationship to sustainability goes down to like below 10. You know, you're like, but they're having fun and they're creating. So waste is like a constant conversation to me, and I feel that we have to remove the stigma and the shame around it for sure, because if we are overwhelmed with shame and stigma, there's going to be very little creativity that we're going to be able to do about it, or very little problem solving. And so I work on not having too much shame around it.
I too have a son. So for me, I think what's really important, because I have to first acknowledge my privilege as well, and that the way that I live today is very different, and my son's life is very different to how my life was. So I think for me, what I really want to think about is, how do I stay connected to my community, my culture, and how do I take the lessons that my mom and her mom taught her and ingrain them within my son? And that is about spirituality. Ooh. But it's also about just being really conscious and mindful about behavior, the way that we use things, the way that we essentially treat ourselves and the products around us. And I think by instilling that, and sort of hopefully all the ancestral spirituality and seeds of goodness that we no longer should ignore and should embrace, I think that we could really shift things just by finding the human connection to things and ourselves. Yeah.
Woo. We have to go. So one of the things that Seline and I always talk about when we went to the landfills was how meditative it was. So I want to close out this panel with a quick meditation on trash. If we can all close our eyes and have your posture be a little straight. Your feet should be firmly planted on the ground so you feel connected to the earth. And then your palms should be either facing up or down. So take a deep breath in through your nose here and hold it here. And I want you to think about an item you're going to throw away today. And breathe out through your mouth. And take another deep breath in through your nose. And think about all the hands that had to touch this item so you can be able to use it or wear it and now throw it away, and how it's connected to you. You can breathe out your mouth now. And breathe in through your nose again. And think about how you will no longer wish cycle. And you'll understand that waste is not separate of us, it's a part of us, and it's part of humanity. And you could breathe out through your mouth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we hope you've been enjoying everything so far. I want to acknowledge our live streamers and everyone watching downstairs. in our breathing room. We are about to take a break. We're going to resume in about 30 minutes. And please think again about sharing space with someone who maybe has been watching downstairs in the breathing room if you want to switch places with them and allow them an opportunity to be in this room. But please go and grab some snacks, which were kindly donated from Ovenly. And we have water from Ever and Ever and Vita Coco. And there's tea downstairs as well from House of Juarez, which is very yummy. And if you love what you've seen and you're going to post online, make sure to tag at the Slow Factory, #StudyHall. And we will see you in 30 minutes. Class will be back in session. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. It is time for the second half of our conference today. Just want to remind everyone to silence your cell phones. And hello to our live streamers and everyone sitting downstairs in the breathing room. We're so excited for everything that's about to come. Again, if you are posting, please tag at the Slow Factory, hashtag Study Hall. And once again, a thank you to our partners, Adidas, Bolt Threads, G-Star Raw, and Selena Chelsea. And again, the after party is from 7 to 10 p.m. at the Selena rooftops. We will see you all there. And the woman that needs no introduction at all, she's going to come up and introduce our next panel, which I know we're all excited for. Please give a round of applause once again for Seline Shenoy.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. Second part. Please help me welcome my panelists. And before I do, let me help me welcome my panelists, sorry. Robin Bell, Atepa Clearbear, Mary Coppeny, Yara Shahidi, Mistina Knowles, Cameron Russell, Bonnie Wright, and that's enough, I think. No, you're the last, all the way to the last, all the way to the last. No, it's okay. So, and I believe we have a video before we start, which is Karina Hamnet. Karina Hamnet was a designer that was supposed to be here today, but instead of flying to come here from London, she made us a cute video, so we're going to watch that.
Hi. I've been asked to talk to you about fashion activism and the view of the industry from within and without, how we can change it, how we can make sure there are no more fashion victims, because the fashion victims are the victims of fashion of the planet itself, actually life on Earth. In 1989, we did research into the impact of the clothing and textile industry, socially and environmentally, and to my horror and surprise, I found myself was up to my neck in a living nightmare. Everything kills, all raw materials, processes, dyeing, fibers, have horrendous toxic effects on the environment, cashmere, overgrazing, polyester, nylons coming from fossil fuels, PVC, one of the most toxic materials known to man, leather tanning, bleaching, wool, scouring, spinning, but cotton is the worst of all, responsible for tens of thousands of deaths of accidental pesticide poisoning across the developing world, where there's 100 million farmers involved, living in conditions worse than slavery, sometimes on the wrong side of the edge of starvation. They're actually starving, abandoning farming in many cases, and becoming refugees and migrants and ending up washed up on the shores of the Mediterranean. Desertification, long-term contamination of the aquifer with pesticides and herbicides which kill and carry on killing. It's an ecocide disaster. 2.5% of world arable land is farmed for cotton, but it uses 10 to 18% of world pesticides. The biggest change that the clothing industry could make would be converting to organic cotton. Farmers farm organically, they can feed, clothe, house their children, educate their families, and afford healthcare. It's not the case right now. They're starving to death and killing the planet at the same time. The other area that fashion should look at is transport, energy, which it uses a huge amount of, not just for fashion fairs and conferences like this, but also shipping goods around the world and back, using fossil fuels, putting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Hydrogen seems to be the top secret game changer. Huge companies like Toyota are working on this, Mitsubishi, General Motors. You burn hydrogen and it's adaptable for all forms of transport, air, sea, land, and energy generation. It can even work as a battery for renewable energy. All that happens when you burn hydrogen is you give off water. How do you cool the planet? You increase cloud cover. How do you increase cloud cover? You put more water vapor into the atmosphere. So Hydrogen is something you should be looking at. Everybody's talking about electric cars. Start asking them now about hydrogen. You can even convert internal combustion engine cars to hydrogen, and you can use it for aviation. And the final trick is legislation which I am preparing to submit to the EU for approval, which says that only goods made outside our economic blocks that are allowed in are made to the same standards outside as the mandatory inside, and that means chemical use, zero hazardous chemical discharge, human rights, realistic living wage, freedom of association, paid overtime, paid holidays, no sexual harassment. It levels the playing field between outsourced and domestically produced, because it raises the cost of outsourced because they've got to pay people properly and they've got to use decent chemicals, and therefore it stimulates jobs within our economic blocks, which is what we need with the employment. We need clothes that are made closer to whether they're consumed. It's more environmental as well. So that's all for the moment. Thank you very much.
So here we are today to discuss culture, but through the lens of educating women and girls. In 2017, a broad coalition of researchers, scientists, business leaders, and policymakers came together for Project Drawdown. This was a multidisciplinary effort to identify the most substantive solutions, not just to halt global warming, but actually cause an annual decline or a drawdown, like the book suggests, in the concentration of greenhouse gases. And through their research, they have found the team looked at dozens of methods of minimizing carbon dioxide emissions, and in the end, they drew a list of 80 immediate and practical measures, along with 20 near-future concepts that can keep carbon dioxide out of the sky. What they did, in other words, was rank the 100 most powerful solutions to reversing global warming. And this was written by Shabana Basij Rasir on TED.com to introduce the idea that educating women and girls ranks 6 on 100 and will reduce 51.48 gigatons of carbon dioxide. So it ranks 6 on over 100 other solutions, just educating women and girls around the world. And we know that a study of 24 sub-Saharan countries revealed that when the collection, for example, there takes about 30 minutes for an estimated of 3.36 million children and 13.54 million adult female were responsible for water collection around the world. So we spend, women around the world spend around 200,000 hours collecting water around the world. So what I'm trying to do here is an idea of looking at the issue globally, but how can we act locally? How can we act locally on these issues? And specifically in educating women and girls, empowering women, and putting women in position of power, specifically Black, Brown, Indigenous women in position of power, so that we can reach the global goals in time. And I want to address the first question to Yara Shahidi. Can you reflect on the impact of Yara's Club, the partnership with Young Women's Leadership Network, or YWLN, of New York, who provides online mentorship in hopes to end poverty through education, and also how your work has now evolved to giving platform to the next generation of change makers who are 18 and above?
Well, I'm honored to be here and share space with everybody and to talk about Yara's Club and then 18 by 18. What it really came down to was when I was thinking about my environment, I've been surrounded by powerful women my entire life. And so the norm for me was the assumption that I could be in any position of power or any position that I wanted to be in. Excuse my allergy voice. And I think when I think about the access that I had at home, it really came down to the fact that at a young age, I was in a position in which I knew my opinion mattered. And therefore, I walked into spaces believing it mattered. And not to say that that is the key to ending all infrastructural discrimination. that we face, but what Yara's club was attempt to do was really, how do we provide and expand that space, to be in conversation with one another, to honestly be able to have an open dialogue, because I do believe that there is an interesting moment, and I know you can speak to this as well with all of the work that you're doing, in which there is a moment in which you're supposed to turn 18 and have an opinion about the world, but you've never been given the space beforehand to be in conversation.
Absolutely.
And people haven't been in dialogue with you, enough so to help develop your opinion. And so that's the goal of Yara's club. And then moving into 18 by 18 with the voter work, it was really important to me to focus on voting, because it felt as though it was an area in which all of our interests combine. And it was a beautiful moment of unity in which, regardless of what you were passionate about, there was a moment in which we could be in conversation regarding voting and how I move into the voting space, not as a one-platform voter, but keeping in mind the interests of my peers and my community. And so similarly, 18 by 18 has been a beautiful opportunity to be in conversation with so many of my peers, because I think so many people here and in this room can speak to the fact that I don't feel as though young people aren't interested. It's that, do we have access to act on our passions? And trying to use every platform to be able to provide the same resources I've been provided.
Absolutely. And for instance, we can jump to Mary Coppeny, Little Miss Flint. You are known as Little Miss Flint. You are a youth climate activist, and similarly to what Yara was saying, is the idea of being given the opportunity, the agency to take part in the conversation, not wait till you're 18, for example, to have an opinion, but you have made the world understand that there are far more issues that are happening, and that are happening here in the United States, because oftentimes in the stories of climate, people want to save the world, they want to go save the world elsewhere, and they don't really necessarily look at what's happening here locally. So the idea of this panel is looking at global issues, but how can we solve them here locally? And I think that you're doing that very well with your initiatives at home. Can you tell us, for instance, how can we support you? How can the industry here that's so curious to help support you? I hear all the time people telling me, what can we do? How can we help? How can we help, in your opinion? What can we do? What can the industry, the fashion industry, for instance, do? For example, just earlier there was Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson on stage, and when she left, she's a climate activist, and she said, I wish I said to the audience that what I need is to have the fashion industry sponsor a scientist, make us look cool, make us, sound cool, make us, for people to understand what we are trying to say, what we're trying to do. And for instance, the fashion industry is looking at science right now in order for us to, this is what the whole purpose of the study hall is about, is, for instance, to include some of the science. Maybe I jump to you, Robin. Robin Bell is a scientist and geophysicist at the Earth Institute. Maybe we warm up a little bit and we'll come back to you,
This is what we were talking about, right? We were talking about how...
You were? Okay,
yeah,
good,
we were
good.
talking about what really gets us excited is that, right, you were trying to make this beautiful red dress, right, on your phone. And what I was saying is that what gets me excited is when I can show people that I can actually wear my science. And it's, that I showed you my pretty blue and white dress that's like this picture I took of the top of the Greenland ice sheet. And of course, I'm a total geek. This is Antarctica around my neck. And if you really want to see what the layers in the ice sheet looks like, I'll tell you. Because, to me, that's what I think. I think we have to figure out how to make science look cool, right? And beautiful, right? Do you think science is beautiful? Yeah, right? Don't you think, wouldn't it be cool if they could help us figure out how to convey the beauty of science? Right? That's what I wish they could do.
And the challenge of educating women and girls are different in different areas of the world. I want to turn to Miss Tina. Miss Tina Knowles, you have been a mentor, a leader in your community and your space, with 2 amazing daughters as superstars, and using fashion as a medium for social change in the way that you used it. What can you advise this room full of young women to do to become the leaders we definitely need them to be?
Well, I think one of the things that's been important in my life is mentoring. And I mentor a group of girls from 12 to college, actually. And they are from an underserved community. And as Yara was saying, a lot of times the exposure is very limited for these young women. And they have never had a voice, a real voice to a format or a platform to speak. So we try to teach them to have the confidence to speak. And one of the most important things, I think, for sustainability and for women is just camaraderie and finding your support system. I think as women, we face a lot of challenges that men don't have to deal with. I mean, if you're a man and you're celebrated for being hyper-focused and your job being your first priority, but as women, we have to have a support system because we are, that can be kind of taken negatively about women. And I think it's important to teach girls from a very young age to support each other, to pull each other up, not to be competitive, because as girls, we're taught, who's the prettiest, who's the most popular, who gets the guy, and it's just really important to teach them to pull each other up and to support and to mentor and to be mentored. So I think it's really important to find a great support system for yourself, whether it be family or friends or just your sisterhood. That's just, very, very important.
Definitely. And community, I'm going to jump to Cameron very quickly. You've managed to build the model mafia, and you've really surrounded yourself with a wonderful community. Can you talk to us a little bit about how can women rise into leadership, in your opinion? Because as a model, you've done a lot of work and you've managed to rise into some leadership.
So I'm going to build off of what Ms. Knowles and Yara were saying, that we have to find ways to support, especially young women. And I think one way that we do that is to tell real stories about history and real stories about how change is made. So right now, there's a big push across this country for a Green New Deal. And if we go back to the first New Deal in the 30s, it actually was garment workers organizing in the wake of the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire, many of whom were young women, who were young immigrant women, who helped push for the labor protections that we still enjoy today. And if we go even further back, we can look at the very first union in the United States, and it was started by teenage garment worker girls, again, the Lowell Mill girls. And so if we tell different stories about where power comes from and where change comes from, and like you were saying, it's not about competition, it's about building community and the power we find in community, I think we change the whole narrative and how we see ourselves and how we see where we go from here.
Absolutely, and this is a group that's super eclectic. Like we have scientists, designers, actors. I would like for us all to just take a moment to just chime in as the questions arise. For instance, from the perspective of science, making science cool, making these issues affordable, or not affordable, accessible more likely. Yara, from your perspective, what are some of the challenges you've noticed from the communities around you that you've noticed and you said, okay, I'm going to make a change and I'm going to be empowering using this, I'm going to create collaborations and partnerships with brands to elevate the voices, creating agency?
Yeah, well, I feel like where my interest really started at home, being Black and Iranian and being raised to be very proud of my global heritage. My parents intentionally set both my brothers and I in this global community. And so everything I learned about at a young age was from this sense of being a part of a greater community that wasn't divided by the borders that have been set by wars, wasn't divided by these concepts. And so I really start, when I think about what I've been affected by, is there is no separation between I and us. And so when I look at what I've been passionate about, it ranges. And I think that's why people who follow me see me talk about so many things, because I see my communities be affected by so many things. I remember that pivotal moment in my life when I realized that climate change was a social justice issue. And that was a moment of education for me. And so oftentimes, whether it's social justice or racial equity, those are starting off points to realize how much more there is to be passionate about and care about and be concerned about. And there's a moment, I think what captures kind of what I aim to do is the James Baldwin quote, which I love so much, is there's a moment in which you realize that the flag you pledged allegiance to along with everyone else did not pledge allegiance to you. So in the most concise terms, I think the work that I aim to do is figure out what infrastructural change could be made so that we're in a nation that has pledged allegiance to your existence. And I'm grateful to be working with brands. But speaking to the part on partnerships, you're absolutely right. I'm grateful. We're very intentional with who we choose to collaborate with. And what I love about Adidas, not only the fact that I'm fully wearing Adidas, but it comes from an authentic place in which it's one of the only teams in which we've walked in and haven't had to ask about gender balance, haven't had to ask about a sense of racial equity and thinking about even their plans to be a part of this climate conversation. That was something that they brought to the table immediately. And so to be an active partnership and to be able to use platforms with brands that are already thinking proactively, oftentimes it's hard in this corporate culture to be very distracted by what's presented on screen versus what's happening behind the scenes. And so oftentimes we move into these spaces trying to align with brands where their commitment behind the scenes is tenfold what you see out in the world. And I'm grateful that that's what we've been able to achieve so far in this partnership as well.
Absolutely, that's so well said. I guess that now we are forced to do more than just the jobs that we are assigned to do. We're not just models, you know, we're not just actors, we're not just activists, we're not just scientists, we're not just mothers and friends and sisters. We have to extend ourselves so far beyond what we usually we're allowed to do, and so we're asked to take more space. And I want to turn to you, Hatpa, because what you are doing is not just modeling, essentially. It's taking up space, talking about your culture. I want you to comment on that. You're the only man on our panel, but you are an important part of the conversation as well. And so you want to chime in and talk a little bit about how you have taken up some space in your platform and used it as a tool to educate.
Yes, I'd like to start by saying that Indigenous people have always understood the equilibrium of working with the land versus against it. It is a part of our ways of life. We understand that we come from, many of us come from matriarchal societies, and the fact that we see the earth as our mother. We are all children of this earth, and I would like to say that the work that I do with the American Indian movement, the Indigenous Alliance movement, a lot of that has to do with decolonization. And what that essentially is, for what I do, is basically informing people on their roots. And a lot of people south of the border, whether they're from Mexico, Central America, South America, they have indigenous roots. And this is important. It has been basically taught to us to hate who we are for hundreds of years. We've been slaves. And I feel now our people are starting to reclaim and understand where they come from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Going back to the power that we have as individuals, as fashion also has the power to change culture. I want us all to chime in. Also, Bonnie, Miss Tina, the way, and Yara, of course, Mary, the way that we use fashion has tools that are beyond just getting dressed, right? Like you understand that so well. Can you chime in a little bit to tell us this powerful industry cannot stay silent in the face of everything that we're trying to change, cannot just do business as usual. We cannot any longer just pretend we didn't hear it, we didn't see it. How can we influence, inspire the fashion industry to really embrace what we're talking about here, not just give us some, some space for a minute or two, or how can we, you from your experience in mentoring women, I'm asking you as a young mom, what can we do?
Well, what I have done personally is just discovered people from all ethnicities in all parts of the country in terms of fabric making and clothing. The suit that I have on now is from a designer from Ghana. So that's the best way we can support, is celebrate all of the different cultures and all the different aspects of people's being, and get it out there to the masses, and not be so tunnel vision about, just be open to different things in different parts of the country, and not just stay stuck in this one lane where everything has to be ultra sophisticated in our eyes, but to just be open to different cultures and the beauty of different countries and different foods and different music. Just to be open, I think that's the important thing. And I have seen it in fashion, but you're very right that there will be one season of something and it'll be the hot thing, and then the next year is the flavor of the month. And fashion is ever changing, but I just think that we're open to it for that one season. And after that's gone, it's like we're back to the norm. And it's a hard space, fashion is, for minorities to enter and to be respected. And I think that if we as consumers were more open to differences, then I think it would make a big impact on the world.
Absolutely. I think that the way that we have discussed throughout the summit, the core idea was we have to change culture. We have to be able to change culture in order for us to see change. As we've heard previously also in the first panel from Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, who said policy follows culture. Laws follow culture. And in fashion, how can we inspire it to change through the culture is essentially the idea that we're trying to explore. And again, I would look at you, Cameron, and then I'll jump in to you, Yara, just to chime in on how can we use fashion as a culture really to influence that change?
I have to say, I think however you raised your children is what I hope that my children get to do, which is be able to envision and embody and build for themselves an alternative, and hopefully to share that with others. And so that is the cultural change that we need. And I think as culture makers, we get to perform the change before the deep, challenging work. We get to do it first. And that is a privilege and also an enormous responsibility. And so I think in fashion, that's where we have to go. We have to actually find the front line near us. And we have to push, and we have to work as hard as people on other front lines are doing right now.
Absolutely. I want to turn to Yara very quickly to chime in also on the idea that for change to happen, for policies to change, culture has to change. And, we can use music, we can use fashion, we can use the social media, everything. And it's part of education. This is part of educating as well. It's the idea also of educating women and girls to empower themselves and to take more space. Do you want to chime in on that? There's not really a question, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think to reiterate what's already been said, it's important to not only have a support network, but to be okay doing the infrastructural work and doing the work that is about how do we change behind the scenes. And I believe that culture is something that has to happen cross-industry, and so part of the fashion movement is how do we work with industries, how do we use all of this as a tool for education. I mean, even Bonnie, your role as a director, I think, speaks to the importance of media as an educational device, as an opportunity to introduce people to new concepts, and I think fashion being something that is accessible as an opportunity to do something similar.
Yeah, definitely, thank you. No, for me, I think with all things,
either your leaders, as we're talking now, you become, you embody that, and it feels right in yourself to be one, or sometimes you would prefer to be part of a whole and sort of attach yourself to a group and a movement. And to me, that's been part of my journey of stepping behind the camera from acting to directing, is I realized that was more fitting to how I like to tell my stories and where my strengths lied. So I think I really bring that into the same kind of way as understanding education and culture, is really realizing just because you're inspired by a leader doesn't mean you necessarily need to be that leader. So I think it's really important to just personally, after today, digest everything that's happened and you've heard, and just feel what feels right for you. And it's not necessarily what was being set up on stage or in that embodiment of that person. And I think it's really important to sort of make it work for you with culture as well as the whole.
Absolutely. The idea of this panel was it's called Message from the Earth, and the way I imagined it was that we can all say our message, every one of us, and I will ask like that we go one by one, to speak out our message to the earth, the industry. Here we have like the fashion industry, we have press, we have different sectors of the industry, we have the Earth Institute, we have several of our partners from, you know, the UN to other sectors, other partners, small and large. And if we could address this industry, and again, we have people watching live, what would we say? And would you want to start?
Yes.
Hatpa?
And
then we'll go one after the other.
What I have to say is, it's just very simple. I just want to say, honor the earth. That's it. Take care of the land.
For me, I guess my message would be just to, I mean, it sounds kind of corny, but just love and support each other, because at the end of the day, it's not this huge difference that we make life. I mean, it's not that different from one person to the next. And to also not to, I think, you know, one of the things I wanted to say in this, and I'm always careful about what I say because it can be taken wrongly, but in the fashion industry, I think it's been, when I look at African culture or African American culture, I feel like you cannot turn the TV on, you cannot see an ad without seeing African Americans. But sometimes it's a selective process, and even though we influence the culture so much, and you know, all the good parts, people want to pick and choose what they do, and it's hard for us to be at the top of the realm to be able to affect the change that we want to affect, and for people to just be more open to everybody, you know?
I think my message is a little bit geekier because.
But that's what we want. That's what we want,
Because that's my job.
Yes,
that's my passion.
Do it.
So my message is that, you know, we're really lucky as a species that we can see how this planet works. Like, you know, 100 years we didn't know continents moved and we couldn't predict things, and so we're in a really special place because we know how the planet works. And with that knowledge comes responsibility. So I think it's time for us to, all industries and all communities, to assume that responsibility. And back to your message, is honor the earth and use our knowledge to ensure that it stays a place that we all want to live on, and so we can laugh and have fun, right? So I think that is my message.
Can you restate the question?
And the question is, what would be your message to the earth or to the industry or to the people? Or you say it so well on social media. Imagine you're just with me.
You got it. Just talk about your...
Just tell us your message for the earth. Speak from your heart. Speak from your heart.
What brought you here? Tell your story.
Yeah.
How did you get started with this?
I got started when I was 8 years old. I got started when I was 8 years old. So I was just in third grade. Yeah, third grade. And that's when I had well, that's when I wrote the letter to President Obama. You know, you guys know about that, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody.
Well,
Tell this story. People like to hear it. People like to hear it. It's special.
well, if some of you don't know, I'm the little girl who wrote that letter to President Obama asking him to like come to Flint and raise up people's spirits since the water crisis was really bad during that time, and people were like getting really sad since they couldn't like do what they loved to do. So like they couldn't cook with the tap water, they couldn't drink with the tap water, they couldn't even shower or take a bubble bath. And like some of the kids couldn't even make Kool-Aid because of how bad the water was. So then, like, we all had to use bottled water. So I just asked him, like, could he, like, kind of come to Flint, you know, like, just raise everybody's spirit so then nobody won't feel really sad during it. And a couple months after, well, yeah, a couple months in, I was still in second grade. No, third grade. Yeah, third grade. My bad. Third grade. And I was just chilling inside my third grade classroom doing my math work, trying to get my grade, when all of a sudden I see my mother walk in, and I was like, oh, she's probably here to check up on me or, you know, just pick me up, because, you know, I like getting picked up from school, because, you know, yeah. But no, all I see is her with a whole bunch of camera people behind her. And I'm like confused because like, what did I do? I was like, and then she comes over to me with all the camera people, pulls out her phone and starts reading the letter that I wrote. And then she starts reading that, you know, President Obama wants to come to Flint, but not only come to Flint, but me. And you know, me being the third grader that I was, me getting all happy, jumpy, and excited. And then all my friends was like, all my friends are like, wow. Then yeah, that happened. And then, yeah.
What's it like in Flint now?
There's a water crisis in Newark too.
Yeah. I mean, there's bad water everywhere, but I just want to say that America has a water crisis, and the government isn't really doing anything to fix it because they're too busy on, you know. The government isn't too worried about fixing America's water crisis because, you know, they don't believe in fixing the problems that the people want. They believe in fixing what the president wants.
Your message to the earth, the message to the industry, the message to the world.
Well, I have to restate something that the activist Future, Janaya Khan, on Instagram or Twitter had said that really spoke to me was, it's really important in whatever room to remember who are we if not each other. And the way that she stated it was that, the way that they stated it was that you must bring people other than yourself into a room, because if you only advocate for yourself, then all you're asking is for colonial infrastructures to work in your favor. And so I think it really comes down to that idea of, are we reshifting, are we shifting, or are we disassembling? And I am inspired to be in a room of disassemblers.
Yes. Cameron.
Well, I'm going to speak to the fashion industry because I got a lot to say to y'all. And I'm going to break it down. So fashion is, like most highly extractive industries, the responsibility of harm done belongs to a few people. And when I try to have empathy for those few people on top, I think you must just be ignorant. You must just sit and not know what to do next. And I can appreciate that, and I can feel for you in that. And I also would tell you that there are so many people who know, including children who are brilliant, like Mari. There are so many people who know. So find some humility, find some speechlessness. Find the people who have been doing sustainable fashion and sustainable lifestyle for not decades, but centuries, and bring them in and disperse your power and money as fast as you can, because we have 10 years.
Bonnie. It's
Yeah,
not an
sure.
easy task, huh? You're the last.
Yeah, my message to the earth would be that I guess I'm first here to listen and to learn and to hope I never stop learning. And that I hope that my curiosity will help me lead me to the best action possible in each scenario, and know that that action, when listening, will change tomorrow or the next day. So it's just a constant being in that flow, I guess, and I'm here to do it with everyone as we are, you know, speaking. My message to Earth is to each other, because we're of it.
Thank you. And now we're going to have Hatpa. Would you sing? Yes, Hatpa is going to tell us what you're going to do, because I'm not going to do it justice.
I'm going to sing a song. It was given to me by my elder, Tony Gonzalez, of the American Indian Movement West. And this song is called the AIM song, or the Unity song. So I'm just going to sing that right now. Yeah, okay. We yo hey ha, we hey ya hey ha, ya we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya ho hey yo hey ya hey yo, we yo hey ha, we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya oh hey oh hey ya hey yo, we ha we hey ya oh hey oh hey ya hey yo, we yo hey ha we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya oh hey oh hey ya hey yo, we yo hey ha we hey ya hey ha, ya we hey ya we ha, ya we hey ya hey ha, ya we hey ya oh hey oh hey ya hey yo. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are over time. We have to leave, but thank you so much for being here. Have some water, babe. Have some water. Leave your mic on your.
I feel like we need to take a collective breath after that panel. A lot of gems dropped, a lot of inspiration. I feel like we're going to be dissecting a lot of this and letting it marinate in our minds for the next week, the next couple days for sure. And also there's a survey on studyhall.earth where we're going to be collecting everyone's notes. So if you have thoughts, if you have suggestions, anything that is marinating in your brain that you'd like to share with the Study Hall team, please do so on studyhall.earth. And I think that that was such a special treat that we were able to witness everyone that just sat here right now and all day. So I personally am very grateful, and I hope that you all are having a fulfilled moment here. Okay, so next up, we're going to be hearing about lab-grown leather by Bolt Threads, which is one of our main partners. And so please, everyone, help me welcome Dan Whittemire, CEO of Bolt Threads.
Well, it's a real pleasure to share the stage with so many great presenters today and share what we're all passionate about. And I hope you'll join me on this journey. And you won't need to get a PhD to do this, but I'll ask for that at the little 6 seconds of being a scientist at the end. I've invested more than $100 million and 10 years counting of my career developing and scaling sustainable material technologies. And I've learned a lot of things in that time. But one thing I very much believe is that we're in a race to reverse the terrible effects of climate change on this planet, and that takes rethinking how modern innovation works. I don't think it's necessarily about making the next big thing. I actually think it's about remaking it and then making it better. And you can encapsulate that in the phrase, the next same thing, which doesn't exactly have the same ring to it or sound as sexy as the next big thing. But I think when you want to disrupt a big existing industry in service of positive change, it's very critical to innovate on the most beloved products that people have without making them give up what they love most about them. And so to kind of illustrate what I mean about this, I'll use two companies that I think do it very well, Tesla and Impossible Foods. They don't make just great products in their category, they make great products, period. You might drive a Tesla because you want to do your part to reduce air pollution, that you want to get the world off of fossil fuels, or you might want to drive a car that has a button that says ludicrous mode. You know, you might eat an Impossible Burger because you're going to do your part to reduce methane and greenhouse gas emissions, that you're going to conserve our precious freshwater resources, or you might just happen to be at a Burger King and say you want a burger. These are both better versions of the status quo that has existed before, and better put, examples of the next same thing. So at Bolt Threads, a company I founded over a decade ago, we're a company of biologists, chemists, engineers, and dreamers who are really working to invent and scale materials that put us on this path towards a more sustainable future. These are materials that everyone in this room can wear. They're intended for the fashion and consumer products industries. And these are materials that on site, you look at them and say they're simultaneously very similar to what you're used to, what you're carrying or wearing, but they're also wildly different because these are materials that we've used science and technology to reimagine. They're biomaterials that have been completely designed from the ground up with the environmental impact first and foremost in our minds. They really are the next same thing. And there's a few of them on this slide. So to be considered the next same thing, I think there are three critical criteria you have to meet. First, you have to be as good or better than the status quo that exists today. You have to be as ubiquitous as the status quo that exists today, and this has big implications for cost competitive, price competitive scale. And last but not least, I really think you need to be significantly more sustainable than the status quo. And we've heard a couple of speakers today talk about the massive environmental damage of the fashion industry. I think the big question in everyone's mind should be, the way this is set up, does the next material breakthrough have the ability to do these three things and become the Impossible Burger or Tesla of fashion? And now I'm hugely biased, and I'm going to tell you the answer is yes, because I'm hugely biased. Right? I run a company in this space. But the answer is yes, and I believe that's because the answer is Milo, and that's Bolt's alternative to animal and synthetic leathers. So Milo is made from mycelium. This is the root structure of mushrooms, these fine thread-like cells. And this revolutionary material isn't animal-based or petroleum-based, but it can be used in the same ways as both traditional and synthetic leathers. And when it comes to quality, Milo is durable, soft, supple. We can take it into any color or embossing pattern, as you see in the background there. And in terms of scale, we are currently installing the capacity to produce and deliver more than 1 million square feet of Milo per year, which will very quickly grow into the tens upon tens of millions of square feet that our partners are demanding. And it's worth pointing out, in demand, the world is ready for this change. 100% of that first 1 million square feet a year of Milo we can produce is already spoken for by our top brand customers. So we've been out, we've talked to a lot of consumers about Milo. They want it to look, perform, and age like leather. They don't want to sacrifice quality. And when we design Milo, we don't ask them to. So the answer to that question I asked before is that yes, there is a pathway to a future with better materials. But I'm going to give you a word of caution. Like any innovation, it's going to take steps and stages to get there. So of those three things that I pointed out in the last slide about the next same thing, we can all see and touch Milo and know we're delivering something as good as the status quo. We've built a supply chain and secured a group of amazing brand partners who will make it as ubiquitous as the status quo. But I leave that third point there. And to be truly apples to apples and more sustainable, as scientists, we need something we can measure sustainability with. You can't touch and feel it. And so to measure Milo's environmental impact, we turn to life cycle assessment, and that's an absolutely critical tool. So for those who might be unfamiliar, we've heard this word a few times today, life cycle assessment. I'm going to abbreviate it LCA because I'm going to say it a whole bunch of times from here on out. It brings a quantifiable element to a product's sustainability metrics. This uses industry data, measurements that we take in a process or anyone who's running a process takes, and evaluates the environmental impacts ranging from inputs, manufacturing, product usage, and disposal, and compares it to the status quo. It's an in-depth, annoying, detail-oriented process that combines a bunch of variables into a mathematical model, and then we have it vetted by independent third-party reviewers to confirm both the data and the results that come out of the model. And for our companies who are really striving to make the next same thing, an LCA allows for an accurate comparison of sustainability, really apples to apples. And so for Milo, we're really doing that comparison to animal and synthetic leathers. Because we're trying to be better, but intentions aren't good enough. We want to measure it and then ask this question of how much better are we than the alternatives that we're replacing out there, and hold ourselves to a very high bar. And then we work on focusing our resources to improve all the different aspects of production and development so that we can have the greatest possible environmental impact. And this, put in a different way, we aren't just gathering data to gather data, we're gathering data to inform the decision-making process to actually have a big impact in the future. Typically, if you're a company or someone doing a process like this, you wait until late in R&D or maybe all the way into commercial phase of your product before you go and do an LCA. It's done more to bolster sustainability claims or in retrospect rather than at the beginning. But at Bolt, we've done this from the beginning. We've invested in an LCA model early in our R&D process, and it's incorporated deeply into all the decisions we make. So we're making impact-based decisions on the data that's coming out of what we're developing. Because we aren't interested in sustainability solely to market it. You know, we're not in the business of greenwashing. We're not in the business of creating feel-good, hyped-up biomaterials. You know, we're an organization of data nerds, scientists, chemists, a whole bunch of people who love numbers. And we invest in science and research to ensure that the materials we deliver to our brand partners are truly better for the planet. And investing in the LCA allows us to stand behind the claims we make. And these are going to come in a general form that's going to sound something like this. I'm not going to tell you the numbers yet because we're not going to release it until we release a product to put it in front of you with the number to match to the product. But when we look at Milo compared to livestock, raising livestock, we use vastly less water and vastly fewer greenhouse gases emitted in the process. And we want to be able to stand behind everything we put out and know that it's getting better. So Milo is really our template at Bolt for the future. These are materials that are made, scaled, and end their life cycle in a sustainable way without asking the consumer to make big sacrifices. But if you're wondering, these LCAs sound like they're vitally important. Why isn't every company doing them? There's many reasons. I'm going to give you my top 4 real quick. One, it's hard. We've spent quarters and quarters building and refining and going back and forth on this, and it relies on constant upkeep because the quality of the data you generate and put in tells you how good that data that comes out and how good the decisions are going to be. Annoyingly, as a scientist and engineer, they really don't always tell you what you want to hear when you go in. You got to be willing to face the hard truths of the things you're doing that are good, bad, ugly, and need to be changed along the way. It's costly. It starts at tens of thousands of dollars and quickly goes up depending on who the person doing it is. That may be hugely impactful or it may not be that big a build afoot. And last but not least, LCAs don't tell you everything. There's some things that they can account for very easily. Carbon is a good example. Water usage is good. But choosing 2 different process chemistries and what's better is a really tough thing for an LCA to discern. So the LCA isn't perfect, but at Bolt we pair it with green chemistry, world-class production and labor practice tools into a holistic framework. And it allows us to quantify that in the ongoing process of improving sustainability of the fashion industry, we aren't just making easy updates, but rather looking where we can make the greatest impact and make decisions that are actually very material to our materials. And that's where I want all of you to come in, actually. We are on a planet that, in many of our opinions, is barreling towards an environmental catastrophe, and our time is very short. You know, I watch these climate marches, I participate in them, and my favorite sign is "There's no planet B." And I think that improving the materials that 7 billion of us and counting every day and have closets full of matters right now. So as a group of people who care passionately about the future of this planet, I'm inviting you to join us on this scientific journey, and the difference we'll make together will be world-changing. So I'm going to ask you to use a thought process and a question. I'm going to ask you to be a little bit of a scientist. You don't need to spend the 6 years on a PhD that I did. You're going to spend, 6 words. When you see a sustainability claim, even the ones I make, you should be skeptical, first and foremost. You should be asking, how is that claim supported by data, and show me that data. Your job is to keep all of us who are working on all of these sustainability projects for the future of the environment and this planet, keep us accountable, keep us honest. Because together, we can put an end to practices like greenwashing and hyped up materials that make no real impact. And together, maybe, just maybe, we can do what I want to believe, that we can ensure the best days on this planet remain ahead of us. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, we have 2 more panels left today, and then I will see you at the after party, yes. That I will be DJing 7 to 10 p.m. That's the next time I'm going to see you all. Once again, at the Slow Factory, #Study Hall. This is only going to get bigger and better each year, which is so exciting. And the one thing that we really need to talk about today is how do we even know that things are actually sustainable? And that's what our next panel is about. It's about transparency, honesty, and authenticity. And please help me welcome Erin Allweiss from number 29, a sustainability communications expert, as well as all of our panelists for the next panel. Please put your hands together.
So this is a pretty loaded panel. I'm so excited to be up here with all of you. And we're talking about honesty in storytelling and in brands. And I think, you know, it's really great that sustainability has become such a buzzword. But the reality is there are a lot of people who aren't doing the work, but we happen to be up here with all the people who, or a lot of people who are doing the hard work. And we have some small brands, we have some larger brands. And I think it's such an interesting thing to hear from all of you about. I want to hear what you think the definition of sustainability should be. And I'm going to introduce everyone first. So we have Chris Rayburn, who is the creative director for Timberland. And I'm not saying the last names that I'm going to butcher, so you all can jump in, but we have Estelle Bailey Babenzine and Brendan Babenzine, who are the founders of Noah Clothing. And Warris here, who is the founder of House of Warris. And to my right, who I'm going to have kick it off, we have Sophie, who's the Chief Sustainability Officer for G-Star Raw. And so, Sophie, I really want to start with you, because I went into a deep dive looking at all of G-Star's practices, which I didn't know a lot about. And so I think I want to hear what the definition of sustainability should be from your perspective, given, again, that it's been co-opted in this way and that people aren't doing the same hard work that you all are doing. And I also want to talk about, I read something about looking at sustainability as an opportunity for innovation and not as a hindrance or some sort of barrier to the work that you want to do. So if you could just tell us about your work, that'd be great.
Well, thank you. That's a big question, inviting for a big answer. So once you get me started, I don't know if I can still stop.
I will stomp you because we have other people to get to, but
Thanks.
you go.
That's great, that's great.
I'm here.
So first of all, I don't know if everybody knows G-Star. We are a denim brand. We exist for 30 years. We were founded in Amsterdam. And sustainability has been part of our DNA, as you say. So thanks for already mentioning that. We are working on sustainability since 2006. And what we mean when we mention sustainability is that we're designing our denim for the future. Not only in the way it looks or the way it's styled, but very much also in the way it impacts the people and the planet involved. And we've heard that reference many times, but I think that holistic approach to sustainability is absolutely key. As was mentioned during the day, these are all intertwined and related. So that's absolutely key for us. And what we have seen is that it is very key in moving things forward and not only talking about sustainability and impact on people and planet, is to make bold statements. So that's what we do. We make commitments. We set specific goals, but we also don't shy away from moving into a direction without knowing exactly how to get there, but I don't know, challenging ourselves to get to a point. And one example of that is our 2030 ambition of eliminating waste, our waste. That goes hand in hand with our focus, for example, on circularity. But first and foremost, in order to take these steps and to make these moves, you need to make sure that you take the responsibility for your value chain, not only for your supply chain, but for everyone who is involved in the value chain, in the process of making the products, wearing the products, and returning and reusing the product. So I think that is the core focus of our work today, taking that responsibility and making sure that when we say something about circular innovation, something we're really excited about, that we can be sure that that backbone, the base is in place. One of the things we do is that we always combine sustainability and our innovations. I think, it is the future. If we want to exist as a brand only 10, 20 years from now, we need to focus on sustainability, but also on innovation. And one great example, and one very up-to-date example, is our latest launch of our cradle-to-cradle product range. That's a lot of difficult words. It's all about circularity and reuse. And what we do is that we create our denim icons, which are our best sellers in the collection, and we make sure that they can be completely reused, that they're made of 100% organic cotton, that there's no chemicals involved in the process of dyeing, the process of making them, the process of indigo dye, that there's 100% regenerated energy in the process of making this denim, and also that we don't spill a zero drop of water, something that is actually often happening when you create cotton and when you make denim. So that are just a few examples of how we have achieved the highest standard certification called Cradle to Cradle product certification at the gold level in general. And we're super thrilled about that. And especially because applying that to our icons means that we create scale because those are our best sellers. So that is a very tangible example of how we make that focus on circularity and how we take the first steps in eliminating our waste.
Yeah, I want to ask Sonu more questions about everything that you're doing with water and then some of the future plans you have. But Christopher, I want to turn to you. I feel like you're living two lives at once because you have your own collection. You have Rayburn that you launched in 2009, but you're also the creative director for Timberland, which is a newer position. But I'm so curious, this dual role that you have, because you do focus so much on sustainability with your own collection, and then you've been brought into this bigger brand. How does that work to have, how are you applying what you've done with a smaller collection to a larger global brand?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. Really, really very proud to be here. For those of you that know nothing about what I do at Rayburn Design, I started at a company almost as a happy accident. I took a military parachute, I bought it on eBay, cost me £30, about $45, and I made it into 8 garments. And I sewed them myself, and that was back in 2009. And I showed them at London Fashion Week, and I was very fortunate that there was interest at the time, and actually a time before Instagram, can you believe? So we were very fortunate to get a lot of coverage on blogs and things at the time, and step by step I was able to grow my own business. And the idea of that sort of started things conceptually was this idea of not just making something, but remaking it. So I called it Remade in England. And then as I grew the business, I introduced different parts of my business, so not just remade, but then recycled and reduced. And that's now 11 years ago, and I've been really proud that I've been able to work with a lot of partners, and we've heard a lot about collaboration and the importance of working alongside individuals, brands, partners, governments, whatever you can do to help spread the message. And I'm so proud now that I've come in as Global Creative Director for Timberland back in October, about 14 months ago. And the really exciting thing now is that I can take all of those learnings from Rayburn over 10 years and then bring it to a brand like Timberland and truly make a difference, on a global scale. And the exciting thing now is that, even picking up with some of the comments here from Sophie, this idea of circularity, really important. We know that's a big thing. And actually, we sort of need to work on that together. And then another big topic for us, and we heard this morning, is around regenerative. And it's a big focus for Timberland. We use a lot of leather, we use a lot of cotton, we use a lot of rubber. And at the moment, you know, the exciting thing is that all of those things could be positive on both the planet and people. So that's a really big focus for us as we're going forward.
Yeah, and Sophie, I'm going to come back to you because I also wanted to talk about proprietary information. I know that you share so much of what it is that you have done to approach sustainability. So I just want to put this in your head because I'm going to come back to you in terms of sharing some of the advances and the industry and the different factories that you're using, because I think a lot of people want to hold that information close to them, but I know you all have shared it. And now I want to turn to Estelle and Brendan, though, and to talk about, I mean, NOAA it's really remarkable what you've built since 2015 when you launched this. And I know that you wouldn't necessarily say we're a sustainable brand. And I think you're very specific about the language that you use, but you're also very specific about the materials that you use. And you're really thoughtful about that. And so I'm so curious to hear what Brendan says, but I want to let you all dig into this and talk about NOAA.
We're basically here to clarify the idea that we're not a sustainable brand. We never thought of ourselves that way. We get pulled into the conversation all the time. It's really strange to us because we never said it. And the media and all these people started just kind of be like, no, they're sustainable. They care about the world. That makes you sustainable. And, you know, we do a few things here and there. You know, we have some recycled cotton program and recycled nylons and things like that. But we've always talked about our business as more of a responsible business, making more responsible choices across everything, not just in the clothing itself, but in how we view the business as a vehicle to help others or create change. Even how we treat our staff, the interaction with our clients and customers, is kind of across the board, which is why we look really like kind of schizophrenic if you follow us, because we can talk about everything, you know. One day we can talk about the environment, the next thing about, you know, human rights and sending money to Australia because we made a t-shirt, and it's just all over the map. But certainly sustainability is not something we would call ourselves, or sustainable, it's not anything we would call ourselves. And I kind of came here to clarify that, actually, because it happens a lot where people call us sustainable. You know, just being here and that last panel, hearing some of the things they had to say, and, you know, we often get asked to talk about stuff, and it's like, everyone talks about how hard it is. Oh, it's so hard to, you know, be a responsible business or make good choices, and it's not hard at all. We're a small business. We started with next to nothing, and we do it all day, every day. Like, if you're greedy, it's hard, but, you know, if you're a reasonable human being who cares about other human beings and cares about the environment, it's really not that hard. And I think we need to talk about it that way. We need to say to people like, hey, you should be doing this. It's not hard. Keep a few extra dollars out there for the world. You know, you don't need it all, because that's really what's gotten us here. You know, the kind of like crazy wealth gap, and who has it all and who doesn't. You know, I don't know if what we do will address that in any real way or not, but we'll continue to try to make things better, at least for the people close to us, and sometimes the people, you know, far away. But it's not hard. And anyone, whoever wants to start a business, you know, just ask yourself what's important to you and do that. You know, be that.
I mean, yeah, it's not hard, but I also think modeling good behavior, which we have so many people here who are doing that, and there are others who are looking at brands. Again, it doesn't matter the size of the brand that you have. It could be large or small, but that every decision you make along the supply chain, and this is, again, where I think it's so interesting to look at the definition of sustainability, which has been co-opted as a marketing term, and I never thought it would be cool or chic to be sustainable, but you look around this room and I think that we see that that's actually the case now. And so I am very interested in this conversation around owning what it is that you do that is sustainable, because I think maybe honesty would be another word that we could apply to it. And Estelle, I don't know if there's anything that you want to add in terms of this work.
Yeah, I think it starts from being conscious, like truly conscious. I think it's
cool to be conscious these days because the younger generations are way smarter than the generations before. Especially when you're starting something new, we were lucky to build that into the DNA of the company, so we didn't get so big and then have to retreat back and figure out how to change all our choices to be more sustainable. It's actually part of our everyday decision making. Even things like every choice that's made to use less plastic in our everyday living, as well as in packaging and clothing and all of those things. And then decisions such as buying less, huge, making clothes that are built to last. Fashion and style are two different things. Fast fashion is such a big thing right now, but I think now when we look at the younger generations, it's becoming the smarter people are realizing that it's just cruel that the earth is screaming, and we have to address those choices, buy less, be smarter with our choices of fabrics. Who are we buying from? You know, there's like some really great companies out there, and buying from Noah is a smarter choice than buying from, I hate to say
Don't
it.
say it.
I'm not going
Don't
to say
say
it, but you know, it might cost a little bit more.
There's a lot of people watching.
But yeah, it might cost us that little bit more, but nobody's suffering at the end of that supply chain. You know, that's a sustainable supply chain. The factories that we use, the people are treated fairly and paid fairly. Like nobody's losing from that purchase. So I think just thinking beyond fast fashion, using less, buying less, that's the message that we are trying to put out there, and I think it's the most important thing that an individual can do every day.
Yeah, and I think we're talking about just capitalism generally and how we've approached this, and maybe
How
not.
dare you.
How dare I? And maybe we've not gotten it right, perhaps, is what we're looking at. And Morris, I think that this is a perfect transition to you. Sorry. You had a jewelry line before you launched House of Horus, and I just had some of the tea, and it was phenomenal. I feel very calm and delicious turmeric. But I really want to hear from you about what it was that made you transition, because you made the jewelry very thoughtfully, working with craftsmen. And I loved what you said about every time you sat down with the craftsman, they would offer you tea. And that it was also this opportunity to reconnect with the earth, because at the end of the day, people just wanted to keep buying product, but you didn't necessarily want to keep selling things that you were making. And so I want to hear more about your transition to this.
Good afternoon. I sort of don't see it as a transition in the process of the work, but more in the product. We work with craftsmen all over the world. I sat with them day in, day out, months out of the year, just working. It was never in a factory, whether we made our jewelry or scarves or whatever it was always with individuals, families. But on the other end, it was just creating something that was part of the larger problem, which was just felt like this thing of the need, the desire for material, for the desire, you know, in Hindi or Maya, like the lust for material. And I didn't love making, although I loved making the process and designing and working with the craftsmen. On the other end, it was someone was desiring this gold ring, and it was just part of a bigger problem, a bigger flaw that the system in itself is broken. And so I just took a look at my work, and I got tired of working and creating for people's wants, and I wanted to reshift and think about humanity's needs.
And I'm curious, I'm going to keep going with you, what the response has been, too, to that shift, or what it feels like to have a space or to have ritual. Gets thrown around a lot, but there is a ritual around having tea and sitting down. It's just a very different experience from making a purchase, having it be so transactional and leaving, if that's further shifted things, or...
Yeah, so I'm on sabbatical from jewelry, and I didn't want to say I left, so I'm on sabbatical. It's been a 6-year sabbatical. And we just launched the company House of Horus Botanicals in November, and so we've spent the last 5 years trying to figure out what to do. Because the world doesn't need more product. It doesn't need more things. So then what was my purpose, right? Because I make things, and I enjoy making things. So we wanted to build a company, not just a new business, but a new way of doing business, right? Not just another CPG company, consumer packaged goods company, but another way to look at what that is today in the 21st century. And part of that was about community. Part of that was about culture and about the product itself. And you know, we're here talking about sustainability. We use zero plastic. Our tins are refillable. You can bring that back into our shop. Originally, we were just going to be a website and an app. But then again, I thought that's part of the problem, right? Like how we're just so disconnected from each other. I said, let's open a space where someone can interact with a human being, right? And so instead of launching a digital-first company, we said, let's launch a human-first company. So it's been a process, an exploration. I mean, the thing that I always call myself is an explorer. And every year, just trying to figure out what the best use of our time is that we have on the planet. There's so very little time. And so I'm just trying to make the best use of what I have.
There's so very little time, but each one of us can have a huge impact for the good or for the bad, especially when we're talking about consumption and how we make things. And I'd love to hear, Christopher, just to turn it back to you, about some of the initiatives that Timberland has underway, because this is another brand where I've known it for so long, and then I went into a deep dive before this conversation because I wanted to understand what a heritage brand like that is really doing.
Yeah. Well, I think with Timberland, I mean, we feel we have such an obligation to work harder and do better than ever before. I mean, ultimately, we're a brand that has a tree as its logo. You know, so since '73, we've actually been trying to do really good things. We've been making fantastic product. Back in 2007, just when I graduated from the Royal College of Art in London, it's when Timberland introduced the first Earthkeeper boot. And at the time, this was the most innovative piece of footwear. The way that it was manufactured, the supply chain, it was the best in the industry. Now, we're 11 years on, and there's so much opportunity to innovate. And that's why I'm personally very excited for the industry as a whole, not just for Timberland. You know, Brendan mentioned, well, it's kind of easy now. I wouldn't go that far, but it's a lot more accessible. You know, when I started my own business 10 years ago, now we're in a position where absolutely the notion of circularity is closer than ever before. The regenerative side of what I mentioned earlier is closer than ever before. And then for a brand like Timberland, you know, we've really changed our entire focus to be a lot more purpose-led, partnering with people like Dominique down here in Sustainable Brooklyn, you know, really actually looking to support people doing amazing things every day. When you walk into a Timberland store, the new ones now on Fifth Avenue or in Carnaby Street in London, the first third of the store is actually dedicated towards education and inspiration. This isn't about the product anymore. This is about a partnership with our customers and really growing from there. So it's quite an amazing and inspiring moment, I think, in the industry. And we're just so proud to be part of it.
Yeah, and Sophia, I'm going to turn it back to you to talk about sharing information, because I think so many people are here either because, I mean, they work in fashion, they're activists, they're scientists, and want to know how they can improve their brands or inspire other people to make improvements so that it is less destructive to the planet. And what is the ethos to sharing the work you've done, to really pulling back to the curtain? And, you know, what do you think is the most important thing that people should go and look at, and where can they find those resources?
Yeah, I cannot agree more with the focus on partnership, first of all. And the example that I just gave is the result of a fantastic partnership with our suppliers. And I think that is already a first step of sharing, because that was not how it worked 10, 15 years ago. So now we are creating the latest innovations together with our supply chain. And I think that is the first step. Besides, of course, engaging with everyone involved in the value chain. And for us, that also means that you share information about your learnings and about the developments with peers, with the industry, to make sure that you accelerate together, basically. We also see our responsibility as something way beyond what we do, because we don't have all the answers. So we need to reach out to partners who do, but we also have, I think, the duty to be, in some cases, the partner who has some of the answers. So what we do is that we share our learnings and developments about our whole cradle-to-cradle or circularity journey in an online library. We also take information and knowledge from that library, but we really hope that this type of sharing will encourage others, for example, to create circular fabrics or circular products using the technology, so meaning that they don't have to reinvent the wheel, and building on those innovations. And I think, that is going to increase the opportunity and especially the choice for people to actually make a more sustainable decision, to move away from just producing for the sake of producing, but to use what's out there already and make that the basis of new products or renew products. So I think sharing, being open, and collaboration is absolutely key. And it also means that we shouldn't shy away from sharing things and information that's maybe not final yet, because nobody's perfect. So if we can accept that from each other, and if we have that willingness, I think we can really shift and change this industry, something that is absolutely necessary to fight, for example, a big issue like climate change that we all have to deal with.
Yeah. I'm so interested, Brendan and Estelle, you are on the receiving end of people calling you a sustainable brand, and it's not something that you claimed. I think that there are so many other brands who claim to be sustainable and then aren't doing the work. And again, it's lovely that it's in vogue, but I think it's very problematic when people are trying very hard to make good decisions about their purchases and they're being fed misinformation. And so I don't know, I'm just interested to hear your thoughts on the state of storytelling, because I also think you're brilliant storytellers. You do that through your brand.
We're just trying to be honest and straightforward and collaborate authentically with our customers, with our workforce, with the planet. We can't win every battle, but we try to make extremely conscious and honest decisions along the way.
The stories that you might be referring to, the way we kind of talk to the customers and our friends and everybody, I mean, that's really just what's happening around us. We've been really blessed with our team. Anyone who's come to work for us, it's like an island of misfit toys. It's just like, they all belong there and like nowhere else, you know what I mean? And it's a really strange group, but they bring stuff to the company, and then that gives us more reach. So the stories, they're just really genuine. They're things that are just happening around us and our team's friends and everything else. And, we just kind of like let that wash over us, and then if we think it's interesting, we just show people, whatever it is. And, when we first started, I think because of where I was before, people expected certain types of stories, and they got something else, and I think that was surprising, We kind of did some nerdy stuff, and it's not all super cool, There is some like weird science stuff in there that we talk about, and we talk to scientists and stuff as well, and let them speak, and it's the storytelling is the best part of it, right? You were talking about a human space, and before we came out, you were talking about the store, and those spaces, those interactions with people, that's really where we come in. We were starting the business, and we absolutely had to have a store. There was no way around that, because it's not real if you're not engaging with people, if you're not exchanging ideas. It's just weird, like just a piece of cloth that you bought. Like, there's so much stuff that gave rise to what you made. Your, jackets, your tea, our stuff, whatever, there's things behind that. There's cultural things that made you do it. Songs you've heard, people you've met, places you've been. That's where all this stuff comes from. And if you're not getting that, then really you're not really getting anything at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm also curious, just generally as a theme, because you are ultimately, at the end of the day, storytelling through your brand and trying to share something that's so beautifully and authentically made. And what feedback are you getting, and any of you can answer this, from your customer base? I mean, are they excited about sort of how you're pushing forward on sustainability? Do they want more of it? What's the feedback?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. When I think about Rayburn, we do everything we can to physically open the doors and to welcome people into our spaces. Everything from making workshops, free repairs, those opportunities to inspire and educate, but also importantly learn from our customers, because we've found that having that direct dialogue is so important. And absolutely, you know, that's still really relevant, of course, for Timberland as well. You know, to have a brand that was entirely built from culture, essentially, you need that direct dialogue, I think, to really understand what your customer's looking for, how you can make those improvements, and how you can evolve your company, you know, big or small, with them. Because you have to stay relevant, right? So it's really important.
We've definitely gotten some shit from customers. Be like, you're a hypocrite. You were saying this, but then you're doing that. And that happens, and, you know, Brendan will get all upset because, like, I'm doing the best I can, and now what's going on? But then we address it, and we talk about it, and we say, look, we can't do it all, but this is what we can do. And then sometimes... and that's the honest part of it. And then we look for the solutions. Actually, it's really been great to get some feedback, and then made us think and dive deeper and figure out solutions. And as we grow, how can we get better?
And that will continue forever. And I mean, you mentioned that, right? Like giving people space to get better and be better. Even the largest companies in the world, you know, some of them want to do the right thing, and we've got to help them do the right thing. We've got to help them along. Some don't, and you know what? Fuck them. But, you know, the ones that do, we should give them the room and the time, because turning those big ships around is incredibly difficult, you know? Yeah.
The other thing I'd add is maybe for anyone looking to start their own brand, or in fact kind of any space in the industry, it is amazing if you pick up the phone or you email people out there because you don't know the answer to something. Invariably, people will get back. From my little studio in London, we've emailed NASA, and a guy comes back. And we've, you know, if you don't try, you don't get. We're all trying to help each other unlock this big kind of puzzle at the moment, right? So I think, again, it all comes back to collaboration, partnership, good energy, that, you know, really just sharing the information that we can, and motivating each other, I think.
Yeah, I think what's clear, too, from everyone up here is how much you enjoy doing what you're doing, even if it is really hard. And I see that
Brendan thinks it's easy, remember?
I mean,
it's not hard.
Just to be clear.
We're doing something right, I
holding
guess.
these.
I'm not really sure.
I feel like we have so many good troublemakers up here, which is like exactly what we need to be doing, is making some trouble. So, I am. Horace, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add. I'm seeing you.
Well, you asked a question as we walked in here. You said you were going to ask about the word sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me think, as we were walking in, what the issue is, what the larger issue is. Why is there a climate crisis? Why are we having trouble? Why are the forests burning? Why are there species that are endangered? It's us, right? We're the problem. We're the bad guy in this movie, and that's a real bummer. So instead of just looking at the word, instead of sustainable, like up there it says we are not sustainable. Another way to think about it is we are not in balance. And if we are not in balance as individuals, as human beings, as each one of us, then how is the planet going to be in balance? And so that was one of the things of why we started this company, looking at plants, of just starting from the source, of trying to get ourselves balanced before we can have an impact on the planet. And so it's just about finding our own balance.
I feel like I have to turn it back to you. Again, it goes back to the quote of...
Because I'm looking at you like...
Well, you're looking, you're like, I want to jump in. No, but also the way that you talk about this is an opportunity to find balance, or to say we don't have to waste 7,000 gallons of water to make a pair of jeans. We can actually recycle all of that and have 2% evaporate. I did my homework.
Nice.
Thanks. But I think, if you could speak to that, and finding balance, and potentially speaking to how we can be more connected to the planet so that we aren't just the bad guys.
Yeah, we started conversation also with the definitions, and I also get back to our own definition. For us, this is part of how we work, and this is part of our responsibility. Sharing information is part of our accountability, and I think that's not only parts of the supply chain. It's for all of us. So what we already discussed is ask information, send an email. I think it's up to all of us to take our responsibility to make sure we restore the balance together, because every single part in this process has a role to play. And that can be invest in the way you treat your denim. I'm always talking about denim because that's, you know, my focus. It's about all your garments, of course, but think of how many times you wash it. Super simple, but that can already have an impact, like wash it less. Make sure that you return it to the store or to a place where you can return your denim to make sure it doesn't end up in landfill, but that something else can be made out of that, or that it can have a second life. Those are sort of the practical solutions, I think, that can already help make an impact today and restore that balance that we so much need. And I think, you know, honesty is absolutely the key part in that. So if you don't find that type of information, reach out, ask questions, be critical, and be a little bit of that activist that, you know, we all should be in our own way.
Yeah, I keep thinking too, the word sustainability to me, I don't know why it feels like it's just come to apply to using organic cotton or making sure something is, and I love what you said about your team. The two of you were talking about how your team is treated and taking care of everyone from the supply chain to who works in the store. And that to me feels like also a sustainable approach and just being a good person. That human health and planetary health are interconnected. And so I don't know if you want to talk about the team that you've built or how that's an extension, or if anyone has anything to say about, again, the treatment of the people as an extension of sustainability, or maybe the need for a different term.
I mean, that, we never tied it to sustainability. We just
I did that. You can disconnect
right. Thanks
it.
a lot.
You're welcome. I'm here for you.
No, I mean, we just thought, well, this is how you treat people. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it seems pretty obvious that you should treat people with respect and look after them, particularly if they're, you know, I mean, you should look after everyone, but the people that are really close to you, the people that are helping you and supporting you, you know, you need to give back to them. So it wasn't really thought of in a sustainability in terminology.
I mean, it's also like creating a sustainable workforce, life force.
That's true. Yeah. Some of them might be with us forever.
Like
you know?
down to the point where the clothes are the price that they are, because that's how much it costs. We're not putting fake prices on things or reducing the prices to the amount where the people that are making it aren't being paid. You know, I think it's looking at everything transparently and trying to go all the way back to the source and making sure that the humans are treated fairly from the source all the way up to when you're wearing it on your back.
Yeah, we built an economy that isn't really real, right? If people are suffering, if people aren't being paid, if they're not living well on the other side of, you know, where our products are coming from, it's all a lie. It's all a sham, you know what I mean? So it's like, and then when you start making clothes that are the real prices that they have to be, when you use better materials and you use a workforce that is paid well and has vacation and everything else, all of a sudden the public is shocked at what the real price is. Yeah. You know, they're just like, wait, that's so expensive. It's like, actually, no. For the family that produced it, for them to eat and have a decent lifestyle, this is what it needs to be. You know, but for a long time, particularly I think in the Western world, nobody cared. If you made money, you were a god. Nobody asked how you did it. Mm-hmm. It didn't matter. It was just make money. Business was the top level, and nobody really cared what you were doing to get there. And that's a huge problem. I mean, that's the thing we're trying to fix in our very small ways. Like, how you do it matters.
And I totally agree, and this is where I've started to have, I struggle to use the word sustainability, actually. So as being slightly contrarian, also, I love the name of this panel, which is We Are Not Sustainable. And this is what I'm saying for those businesses that are using that term, but then not necessarily treating the people well. So, and I actually, Christopher, I don't know if you want to talk about that within Timberland and just, you know, in terms of the team structure, some of the transparency elements, but I'd love to hear more.
Yeah, I think certainly my own personal experience of then working alongside the team members, we're about an hour north of Boston here. I mean, there are so many advocates for responsible design. You know, and it's really, when I started, it was so apparent that there was already such a backbone of people that cared about all this stuff. You know, we have a pretty big group called the Product Sustainability Group, and this is their passion every day. And exactly to your points, this wasn't people that we brought into the company, it's people that grew with the company. You know, this was already in their blood. And then a really big thing for Timberland actually is the community aspect and the fact that it's people and planet. You know, we've committed already now to planting 50 million trees in the next 5 years. We're doing that in 7 different regions around the world. The projects that we're doing in places like Haiti, for example, where it's cotton farmers that then, it's not just giving them the livelihood, it's then buying the cotton and continuing the, you know, those side of things are super exciting for me. So it's not just the internal kind of team that we're growing and of course fostering, but it's really then looking outside and what you can do beyond your own company. I think that's the exciting thing. And again, for me personally, when I think about my own team with Rayburn, you know, we're at 25 people. And then when I think about Timberland, you know, it's close to 2,000 stores around the world. That opportunity to really use that as a positive force for change, you know, it's amazing and really start a movement. And again, I come back to that energy and really just needing to work together and motivate, learn from each other and push each other ultimately. Yeah.
Yeah, and then around the definition, I mean, are you struggling with the definition of sustainable? Is this something that you think about,
yeah, I mean,
you know, the way that it's shifted?
Let's be honest, I mean, sustainable isn't enough anymore, right? The planet is pretty screwed up, and to your point, you know, we've done that, and we need to work double hard to make some changes. And you know, the definition of sustainability is about enduring at the same pace. You know, it's not changing. I think we really need to look at that. You know, at Rayburn, we talk a lot about responsible design. We talk about our obligation, you know, as individuals, as a designer, as a brand, to actually then be making the right choices. And, you know, for me, it really changes the whole narrative when we consider things like that way. And it puts then, again, it's back on your shoulders in a good way. And I think it empowers in a good way when you think about your responsibility rather than that confusion around what sustainability means. Because it means a hell of a lot of different things to different people.
Yeah, and I'm curious about next steps then, if we've gotten so far past the point of being sustainable, but that we actually have to start to do the repair work. If there are any initiatives underway that you want to speak to with what you're doing, and I don't know if this would be, I'm opening this up to the panel because I'm genuinely curious, because I do know about G-Star Raw, but if anybody wants to speak to that. Sophie.
You know, I don't want to speak too much, but the big opportunity here is around regenerative agriculture. We heard from Matt.
Yeah.
This is the game changer, and there's a lot of work that we need to do, but to get to a point where all of this stuff, you know, we need raw materials, but to get to a point where that's not attritional on the planet, and it's actually positive on the planet, on the people, you know, that's the game changer, I think. Again, not easy, super complex. I don't understand it all, but I really see the future there.
Yeah, I'm also obsessed with the waste management guys who are here. I'm now like thinking about everything I consume and then returning it to the earth. So I don't know if you want to talk about circularity and some of the work that you're doing there.
Yeah, I don't know. I cannot be more excited about that term and also the opportunity of waste as a resource today. I think already here we see that there are so many exciting initiatives going on. If you see what's happening, if you see that landfills are a museum. I don't know, that shows at least a different perspective on how we deal with waste and how we deal with materials. And I think that's also yet another sign that we're on the verge, an exciting verge, of having a totally different industry, where besides reuse, regenerated energy materials, we also have to think of, do you need to own your clothes in the long run, or do you rent them, or do you lease them, or do you do something else with them? It's really key questions that we have to ask ourselves, and you already see big moves in terms of how many cool second-hand online platforms we have at this moment, but that will continue to move. So that's an invitation, I think, to all of us to assess how we are as a consumer, how we act as brands and retailers. and how we frame the industry.
I'm going to end it here, even though I just want to keep talking to you all forever. So thank you all so much. Oh, wait, there.
Can I add one tiny fun thing? Because all of this should be, I think, kind of fun, right?
I'm having fun.
It can be so I love the waste conversation. But one thing that I learned recently, just before Christmas, 60% of your household waste you can compost at home, right? So all of that food waste, if you do have any, and of course you shouldn't have much, but the peelings and maybe paper or toilet rolls or cardboard boxes. So I've bought myself a worm farm, right? That's the big news, right? And again, it's a kind of fun experiment. But actually, the truth of all this stuff, I think if we all kind of test and learn and kind of enjoy the process about how we can reduce our personal impacts, but then, again, designers, brands, everything working together, it's super cool. But I love the waste chat.
I think we need to, we're ending on worm farms. Everybody get worm farms.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I know it's been a long day. I'm Burak Çakmak, Dean of Fashion at Parsons. I'm going to be one of the moderators for the next panel. So I encourage you to stick around. There's going to be only closing remarks after our session. And we're going to be having some exciting designers, scientists, and researchers on stage right now. So some of you might have seen, but we are actually having this panel about initiative Slow Factory Foundation started with in partnership with Swarovski, which has also been supported by United Nations Office for Partnerships. One by One is the first of its kind science incubator in fashion, an initiative breeding cross-disciplinary collaboration to empower solutions based on sustainable innovation. In order to expand imagination into new realms of possibilities, science and design must come together, hand in hand, to create new paradigms for the fashion industry and to lead with the 3 pillars of sustainability that has been defined by this initiative. These include circularity, human-centered design, and regenerative technologies, which you've heard about a few of these already in previous panels. So I don't want to hold it too long. I'm going to invite all our panelists to stage, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm very honored to be here, and especially on stage with Barak again, because the last time we were on stage together was October in Shanghai for similar kind of purpose, fostering innovation, looking for scientific solution for sustainability issue in the fashion industry. So today we are here and with another 3 pairs of amazing talents. And I think the theme is about the collaboration between science and design. And then we all know, like in a, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Too eager to jump into the discussions. So my name is Xiaowei Ye. I'm the founder of Ye, which is a consultancy agency I started about 2 years ago, bringing sustainability, innovation, and creative together to instigate value-based changes with a strong focus in China. That's where I base. So many engaged companies, designers, and consumers there towards the sustainability practice. So here we are. So we all know, like, fashion industry is renowned for collaboration or crossover. So they have been collaborating with music industry a lot. They're collaborating with artists and then collaborating with film industry. But I think we never really heard about their collaborating with scientific community until now. So I'm very curious, like, why do fashion designers really collaborate with designers? So I'm going to ask the 3 designers, started with Philip. And so what do you find, among Charlotte, you're pairing with Charlotte, right? So,
Charlotte.
So in Charlotte's work, what inspired you most to push you to do whatever, I don't know, the secret you two are cooking up?
Yeah, it's quite a fantastic secret, if I may say so myself. We can't reveal today, but why I'm so excited to work with Charlotte, because we have a very similar point of view. As a designer, I'm always inspired by nature. I look towards nature for inspiration. And now she's shifted me into a space where maybe we look towards nature for a different type of answer, a more sustainable answer. And I believe that if we start right, if we start as natural as possible, we have less to correct, we have less to fix, we have less to clean up, and we have less to apologize for. So we own it, we own our actions. And Charlotte here, brilliantly, has come up with a product that's 100% algae plastic alternative. That's right, folks. Not plastic, a plastic alternative made of algae. Something that exists in nature, something that sequesters carbon, basically. And together, through her incredible invention, I'm able to take this material to employ it into a beautiful product, a beautiful garment that will be carbon neutral, that will be less harmful, that will be regenerative, that will be desirable. You know, it just be normal, because I think that's the key. How do we make something spectacular normal? That way it just becomes like the air we breathe. And it is an example of how science and design can coalesce together to push forward into a more conscious, responsible luxury space. You can really enjoy what you wear and feel good about it too. And for me, for myself, the reason why this is such an incredible project too is it allows me to continue forward towards where I want to be, which is to find a sustainable balance.
Amazing.
Thank you.
So, Philip, we can't wait to see the final outcome at the end of this project.
It's going to be normal. It's going to be no big deal.
So I want to turn the question
It's kind of
back
major,
to
though.
Yeah. So let's hear from your partner as well, Charlotte. We know that you work always in the intersection of art and science. And you have your studio right now in the new Ink, which is the incubator of the new museum. So if anybody wants to come find you, they can find you there, I assume. But you're also an industrial designer as well as a researcher and really trying to bring science art together. So I'm curious, what is the one by one and your partnership with Philip Lim going to bring to your existing innovations and future innovations?
So this might just turn into a love fest, which is a little bit, but it's really just spectacular to be able to collaborate with Philip Lim. Being the opportunity to work with someone who has such deep insight and has a team with such deep insight into the fashion industry. I'm an outsider to fashion. That's a great gift. But even beyond that, someone who's been a leader and done the lonely thing of being out in front, thinking about materials, thinking about trying to get materials right from the outset, that is such a gift to be able to learn from and try to contribute my sort of carbon focus, my very nerdy carbon emphasis, contribute that to a strong tradition of leading on sustainability from thinking about materials first. But also the question, I think Philip's already spoken to it, the question of my work can get a little bit conceptual and be trapped in the clouds a little bit, and the question of how do you bring it to the human, how do you make it moving and beautiful and real, that's a gift that I think I get from this collaboration, and it's still happening, it's brand new, but I'm looking forward to sort of growing in that way and learning through that collaboration. Yeah.
Yay.
Okay, so we hear the two sides of the first pairs. And then I think Charlotte mentioned about like all this like a scientific collection. Actually, there's a very important component where designer come in. It's bring this kind of human-centered values. So I think this is a question for Mara. So you're being paired with to work with Custom Collaborative on the segment of a human-centered design. So can you tell us, so is this a scientific collaboration or is not? And what is a human-centered design? And through these collaborations, how does, just elaborate on this collaboration.
Yes. First, just a quick thank you for Swarovski and Study Hall and the UN Office of Partnership for putting this together. I think it's such a great initiative. And I'm so excited to be working with Ngozi and Custom Collaborative on this. And we are definitely coming at it from the human-centric place. When we brought our teams together to discuss what would this collaboration look like, we both mutually felt very strongly that it wasn't about creating another product or thinking of something else that we could make. We make enough things. But how do we take the work that Custom Collaborative has been doing and the work that we have been doing as a fashion company for 20 years now and scale that and strengthen that and make a model that really puts women's economic empowerment and advancement through developing a workforce out there and make that stick in the industry by creating a system where we can test that and build something together. I know that how important it is to put women forward right now, and I think we all feel that when we see what this planet needs as far as leadership goes. For me, it's very much connected to compassion and consciousness, and I feel that women are ultimately leaders in those space, and we need them leading in order to meet the technology that's there so that we can work on the solutions that are in desperate need right now. So a big goal is to create this working model and then hold the fashion industry also accountable for doing the same and for pushing these programs and bringing women in and creating skills and developing entrepreneurial skills so that we can grow from that space.
Thank you for that, Mara. And I guess this will be another very complimentary feedback, but I don't want to explain in detail what Custom Collaborative is. I'm going to leave it to Ngozi, but I would love to hear a bit about what is Custom Collaborative so our audience knows about it more, but also what does it really mean to be part of this one by one for you, and is it accelerating your existing initiative to take it forward through this partnership?
Absolutely, thank you. So thank you for having me here, for having Custom Collaborative here, for everybody listening and coming and being so interactive with us today. Custom Collaborative, so we're actually at Custom COLAB. Please follow us. Thank you. So we are a nonprofit social enterprise that supports women from low-income and immigrant communities develop careers and businesses in sustainable fashion. So I just want to stop there for a second because you're saying like, well, she doesn't sound like a scientist. I have a degree in political science, but that doesn't really count. But what's really going on is that the reason that people of color, that the reason that women are marginalized is because of a specific set of social sciences, right? People don't live in neighborhoods that have bad schools or where highways run through them or where there's a lot of pollution for no reason. That was specifically engineered, and so what we're doing is figuring out how to give people the boost, the lift up, what they deserve as people to get the hell out of that. So I am actually really excited for this initiative. Mara has been working with Custom Collaborative for a while in various ways, and so this will really institutionalize what we're doing. This fellowship really provides funding for then 3 women who have come through our 14-week training institute to put their skills into practice, to learn more skills, and to bring everything that they have to offer to the industry that needs some innovation. We will also be able to have more qualitative and quantitative data because we know what works, but we've been working on a shoestring. And so now we can put out reports and we can refine what we're doing and improve ourselves internally, also the industry. I would also say that we'll be able to measure this. So storytelling, all the things that make people feel and understand what's going on. Finally, we will be able to have a case study. So other designers can look at Mara Hoffman and say like, oh, so we thought that we were short of seamstresses and technical designers and pattern makers in the industry in New York. And really you're not. You just need to figure out how to train people, how to reframe what you're looking for, and how to actually work with people. Because again, this is human-centered. Until we have artificial intelligence put all this stuff together, we're going to need people. And it's not just going to be the people who are your next door neighbors or your friends. And you're also going to have to pay people properly. I feel like I should have started with that. And so then selfishly, the last thing I'll say is that I get to visit a really wonderful, ethically led, women-centered team. I will get to learn because I need to expand my brain, and I'll also hopefully get to play with really beautiful textiles. So.
Now we'll come to the third, which is the regenerative material, so Babak. And I understand you're working with Dr. Shen with the lab-grown circular leather on the most famous Tafa's shopping bag. And we all know it's more than just a bag, right? I just learned that it's been called Bushwick Birkin. Well, I don't understand why, because I'm not from here, and then I think it looks definitely much better than Birkin. But anyway, I guess it means it's an icon, and which mobilizes a group of people around it. So by working with a scientist, how does that mean? Are you engage more communities, or how is using a different leathers is a new message you're sending to the people who are following this bag, or like what does this collaboration means to this famous iconic bag?
I mean, hey. I mean, I think that our presence in this, if it's useful at all, will probably be for us to be prickly. Because like our experience in general, I mean, for you who don't know, Telfar is a black-owned line, started in 2004 in New York City by Telfar Clemens. Telfar is with Tina Turner right now. We had a coin toss. But this line, like it's a 100% genderless line, always has been, and that meant that it didn't get any press for the first 10 years that it was around. So like that, for us, like the discourse around sustainability reminds us of the discourse around inclusion, and that's like a place where we also have like the same kind of reticence, because we are around before the discourse existed. And like the word inclusion, I think, is kind of instructive because you have, like if you just take it at face value, it's about being included in someone else's world and in someone else's enterprise, and being kind of this relationship between the guest and the host, and and sustainability for me is an interesting word to describe the necessity of transforming the world. And there's like a certain logic to why governments and corporations like this word. Like, is it really that we're sustaining, or is it that we have to transform things? So like, like we were kind of asked to join this thing. We're really interested in doing it. Like hearing about the technology is really, really interesting to us. Making it real is really interesting to us. And being careful around like the kind of, there's like a strong possibility that sustainability has a certain horizon of privation around it. Because even if you think about like data first, like you were saying, you can forget about the human beings that have to sustain themselves as well economically. So I think that doing this with the Telfar bag has like a special resonance.
Thank you for that, Babak. And it's definitely true that we need to think about transformation before sustaining what we have, because clearly there's a lot of thought needs to go into the future, and takes us to this conversation around regenerative technologies, which is really pushing that transformation. So, Tian, what are you working on with Telfar, and how does that work?
Well, first, I'm beyond berserker excited to be here and honored, and thank you to Slow Factory and Swarovski and UN Office of Partnerships and everyone who turned out. And so this is super exciting because a lot of the concepts we've been talking today are really kind of embodied in this bit, but I'm kind of always thinking about the atoms and the molecules in the lab, and now we have Telfar who can bring this to life with all their presence and culture. The project for me is really based on this deep belief that I think is really coming to life, that for me, waste is only waste if you call it waste. It's a missed opportunity. In nature, it's a complete recycling of matter and energy. The byproducts of one reaction are the feedstock for the next, symbiosis. And we really need, at the root of any kind of sustainability at scale, is not only symbiosis with our ecosystem, but also inclusion of groups long marginalized by colonial models and oppressed, and turn some of that ancestral trauma into a celebration of cultural heritage. Next to nature's 3.8 billion years of R&D, the best blueprints we have are indigenous knowledge that's been practiced and perfected over millennia. And so this is like, I'm beyond excited to talk a little bit about, so in nature, nature evolves things exactly what it needs. So the beautiful pink and green colors you see in coral, that is a protein that the organism evolved to provide UV protection for the reef. And it's just a DNA sequence that provides it. There's so many examples of nature where you have like this really beautiful, elegant, symbiotic relationship. And one of the biggest sadnesses as we just decimate ecosystems and communities, and we continue to marginalize communities and keep them in economic colonialism by these models, is that it's not just what we know we're losing, it's what we haven't yet discovered, and the world has not yet to know that we're losing, that I find really, really heartbreaking. And I think, the white tiger makes the cover of Nat Geo, then it might go extinct, but there's a lot of, I always look to an organism for a property and say, what can we learn from that? And I think the unsung hero is really bacteria and microbes. They're my favorite. They keep our guts healthy, they keep serotonin in our brain, they keep bad things off our skin, and they do amazing things. I mean, all the food we have is there's a certain class of bacteria that can crack the bond of nitrogen in the air and make fertilizer for us. Thank you. Like, they do one job and they do it really, really well. And there's a class of bacteria that actually spins pure, wait, this needs to go back one. We missed a slide, or maybe not. Is there a back? Okay, all right, so we don't have the time lapse. But there's a class of bacteria that spins pure cellulose, nanofiber, it's moving on its own. I can't multitask. So there's a class of bacteria that spins pure nanofibers of cellulose, and it's been around for thousands of years. It's in the food industry. It's coco de nata in the Philippines. It's a bacteria that readily finds, do you ever guys leave soup out on a counter on a warm day and you find a thin jelly film? That's bacteria spinning nanofibers of cellulose that we can make textiles out of. And so we were really excited about this. It's like a snake eating its tail, which is as like a Greek, that's like our very iconic image of life, death, and regeneration. They're abundant, they're low energy consuming, we can feed sugar from waste stocks. And so we were able to do this and turn it, take that and dry it into, it's not leather at all, it's actually cellulose. We'll just hope. I'll just keep clicking and maybe it'll happen. But we're actually, that slide you saw, we're actually able to make a leather-like material. It's actually microbial nanocellulose, but it has a leather-like feel. But as you can imagine, it's not, there's inherent material properties that limit direct translation to a textile fiber. And so we wanted to look at non-toxic solutions to kind of give it waterproof, stretch, flexibility, strength. Maybe you can help me. And so what we tried a number of different things, and as like a scientist that's always got her head on the atoms, can we make nanofab a lotus leaf and put it on the top so it repels water? And we actually wound up looking to indigenous techniques for tanning leather. And we were able to I'm always study nature, but also indigenous communities, and this was a really exciting opportunity, and it turned out that we were able to adapt indigenous techniques and make this a really strong, flexible material that could have a number of different form factors. You should just click. Yeah, okay. So the natural color is kind of a brown because it has tannins in it, but one really beautiful thing about this material is you can add plant and mineral color directly to the food source, and this is a range of different colors you see here. Second from the bottom right is detail of an indigo bag designed by one of my fabulous former students, Delphina Fares, who made this jacket dyed with coffee waste and waxed with beeswax, so it's a trench that's waterproof. The students are the best. Also, while I'm on that, most of the volunteers are FIT students that are joining the peaceful revolution of professional troublemakers, so big up to the volunteers. And on the bottom right, that is just sort of capturing some of the life, death, and ephemeralness of marigolds on my street that were infused between the layers. And that's cute, but what this really shows is that you can make seamless seams. So this is a material that can be grown to shape of the cultivation container, and it's a living material that can close onto itself and enable, from what my fashion design friends tell me, big breakthroughs in kind of textile innovation. Another thing to mention is, we'll talk about the life cycle later, but by incorporating color directly into the cultivation medium, compared to toxic dyes, it's a factor of 10,000 lower climate and carcinogenic impacts. And we know that dyes, and all sorts of the communities least responsible for climate change are most affected by them, by toxicity, is rising sea levels. And the last point I kind of want to make is that this is a really exciting opportunity with Telfar, is that bringing this to life is an opportunity to redirect any of the gains from this to indigenous scholarships. And what's so meaningful to me about that is when we talk about climate positivity at scale, all these cool biomaterials, and I love them, I'm a co-founder of AlgaeNet, we're growing bio leather, that's ranked out of the top 100 solutions to reverse climate change by 2050. It's about 40 something. Educating women and girls, six in terms of reversing climate change. So being able to have indigenous scholarships, so women and Native women are, suffer much more violence. They are, I don't want to start to cry, but we've talked a lot about it today. They are one of the most oppressed groups, and they suffer the most violence and have the biggest limitations, Black, brown, and indigenous women. So being able to create scholarship funds, it's not only a closed loop system, but it's a system for inclusive sustainable development, for climate positivity that really kind of celebrates nature and indigenous knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to quickly ask, because you briefly mentioned it, you also did the life cycle analysis for traditional leather versus the lab-grown leather. So can you talk about that?
Yeah, but I did it with the help. Grace, Delphina, wave your hands. So Grace and Delphina actually did the leather and the PVC vegan leather, and then I did the bacterial leather. This was a semester of work. They worked super hard. And what you're seeing here on the left is, so one thing that I really love about this is that life cycle assessment forces transparency. Right? I mean, you have to give a full inventory. And so we wanted to do this from the beginning. And what we see here is that on the far left is leather treated with chrome, but also all the tanning agents that are really polluting all the rivers around the world and now moving from China into Africa with companies in the West. The second one is PVC, which is vegan leather, which is essentially plastic. The third one is leather with lower impact tanning ingredients. And then on the far right is microbial bioleather. And the first one this is for 1.5 yards of fabric. And the first one where you see a little blip is if I'm gonna grow 1.5 yards of fabric. If you do that to scale with the same considerations as leather and vegan leather, you've got 1,000-time impact reduction. And the biggest impacts, if you'll notice, for carbon emissions, the microbial bioleather, the middle one, is a little higher than the leather. The total carbon impacts from that come from the growth vessel. So if we can skip to the next one. So this allows us to so when we do this in detail, we can actually look at total impacts, and we can see that the microbial bioleather is a factor of 1,000 improvement. So this is an opportunity for, and we can probably we can sit on this for a while, but and we can also see how the impacts shake down. So what we're looking at is this is not only a climate neutral textile. We feed our bacteria sugar from brewery waste streams. So we go to the brewery, we get their spent malt, we run hot water through it, we calculate the grams of sugar, we feed it to our bacteria. And I think the circularity of this is that we actually could have a carbon negative. So by working with other communities, and I think that's the beauty of this, right? That nobody's solving this on their own, and we need to partner with this. But at the end of the day, this is the ultimate snake eating its tail, and the fact that it can be brought to life in something beautiful that incorporates all the facets of climate positivity at scale that we've discussed today is beyond an honor.
Thank you, Tian, and it must have been a fascinating meeting when you met with the Telfar team. And exactly, I think it applies to all of our designers. And so I guess we can ask also open to everyone, right? Maybe one more question.
Yeah, I think we have. Well, I think we talk a lot about like the people, the women who make the process, the makers. But I'm also very interested on the end users. So especially for designers, like Philip or Tafa, like you have such a close relationship with your customers or people who use your stuff. So what do you imagine what go through their mind when they're going to use this innovative deli bag or whatever your secret creations are? Like, what is the end user, your customers, going to feel?
I mean, I think there's there's like the matter of utility, but there's also, like what we do is so much about kind of creating like we kind of were in this position where we had to decide between changing to fit into the environment, which wasn't really like much of a possibility, and then to go into the project of trying to create an environment. And like create a community, because at the end of the day, like the bag is a really good example because there wasn't a product like that and there wasn't a customer like that. Like that wasn't someone who was even walking into a store. So like, that when you're able to kind of to create like, to create and like to visualize a type of person and a type of belonging that isn't there previously and allow people to be that person. I think that's like, fashion seems like a really shallow thing, but the word itself is not so shallow, Like the way we express ourselves through our manifestation is kind of important.
Yeah. It's kind of, it's related. Empowered. I think empowered, engaged, that there are options or something's visible, that there is hope, you know what I mean? And I think hope is a big word. And, sure, we can dog on fashion all we want, but we're all up here because of fashion. I'm sorry to tell you that, but it's almost like how do we all collectively join forces, listen to each other, hear each other's stories, and also just have an open mind to move collectively to a better space of fashion. I love fashion. In my office, people are always looking at us, oh, you must be so successful, this and that, blah, 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 but, I just have more problems too. And we speak about, immigrants and women, opportunity for women. If you come to our studio, it's 85% women, immigrant women. Every single one in every single department that's a director is a woman. Every single department. We have one of the rare in-house ateliers where I employ and learn from sifus, or masters of the game, masters of the hand, that still exist. And when we take in interns, we have them back there to learn from each other. So it's quite multi-generational too. So for me I'm up here to think about the future, to think about the present, to take little actions that can help save fashion, basically. That's all I'm representing, just potential hope.
Our particular project is really about building new systems and trying to explore our broken ones and up-leveling as individuals or as individual brands, because without that individual work right now, there's no way that we can sustain a collective uplifting right now, and we need the collective, but it has to be done on a very personal level to begin with, and personal meaning these individual companies. So for us, examining into our systems, I can only hope and believe that it can lead to an example through when we fall and don't get it right, to when we, do get things right. And I think it's like stretching that muscle of communication and honesty and like letting fear aspects go around this, because there's a lot of fear in all of this work, and I watch myself within it either kind of spiral into places of concern that can almost be paralyzing to move out of not doing something right or just feeling that one thing is off in this movement. And I look at everything from kind of that awareness perspective and that consciousness place. And once fear or judgment steps in, it goes dark. And the only antidote for that is to open up, and I gotta say it, into this space of love, and through that is through human connection and upliftment and figuring out with a lot of compassion and love our broken parts and going into them right now and feeling safe enough to do that. So having a collaboration like this, and I'm hoping that it can be something that we can live very honestly and openly about what works and what doesn't work about it, will hopefully be a space of inspiration for others to like get into the shadows and get out into the light, because we gotta do this pretty quick.
That's amazing. Maybe for our team here, one final question as well. Your starting point for all three of you as a business hasn't been necessarily to create a collection. You came from a very different perspective and you connect with the fashion industry. So ideally, through this engagement, what kind of an outcome you would like to see for your own concepts and ideas and businesses?
I would say we've talked today about how there are so many intersecting, cross-cutting challenges in the fashion industry. But I think one thing that's inspiring about looking at this from the perspective of design is that in design, you come to appreciate that everything that has been made can be unmade and remade. And that happens on the level of the molecule, the fiber, the garment, and the systems of power that we have fallen into or have been architected intentionally against the best interest of our collective humanity. So my ideal outcome for this collaboration is to be able to make something that's from that changed future. And it will be a very different future, and we have to choose it and build it and craft it, and it's gonna take all of us. But if we can have that experience of how brilliant and beautiful and desirable and celebratory that better status quo is, I believe that that's an important first step to getting in gear to pursue it. So that's my ideal outcome.
My ideal outcome is really getting at the truth and figuring out, okay, so now that we have it, we got it, we understand what reality is, then to repair it with all of us. And so, short story, one of the women who graduated from our training program in 2019, she told me during her assessment that she was really happy when we got to pattern making because she really didn't like sewing. She wasn't great at it, and she was going to quit. But then she decided, well, if I do that, I'm going to stay home and get fat, and my family's going to talk about me. So then she came to class the next week, and she learned pattern making. It was really transformative with her because she's good at math and she likes math. Fast forward to a few weeks ago, I said, where is this person? We need somebody to make some patterns. And also she knows how to sew leather. And then the answer that I heard from my colleague was, oh, well, her phone is turned off. And then when she called here from somebody else's phone, she didn't have a Metro card to get here, right? So we've got somebody who's got hella skills sitting at home because she doesn't have a Metro card. right? And so I can't talk to Cuomo to say, well, like, actually, transportation needs to be free for everybody in the city. But I can figure out, right? I can figure out how to get her a weekly Metro card. And so then when I heard last week, when I was away, that she was in the studio, I was like, okay, so we've done our little part, but like, it doesn't have to be this small and silly, right? I don't have to run myself ragged as well as my teammates, right, to do things that we all know that we can do. So I really want to unearth the truth and share it and let us all figure out in each of our ways how to make all of this better.
I mean, I think we know what I hope to get, and we know the system's broken, and in principle, we know the things we need to do to fix it, but we need those things to come together. And I think that this project represents a space where all those different voices and local needs and, sure, how to map all these ideas into an inclusive model that actually takes all these facets of inclusive development into consideration. And I think one part that is, for me personally, is instead of sustainability being limiting and dark and shaming, I think this is an opportunity to bring in a celebration of nature and ancestral knowledge and collaboration and inclusivity so that it becomes a place of joy and discovery. So I'm very interested in putting the discovery aspect into sustainable innovation and sort of celebrating human potential and how we can interact with our ecosystem in a really beautiful way, and kind of looking at how much we have to learn from each other, from our plants, from different cultures. And for me, that's just that's the joy of discovery that I think is going to help fuel some of the, it's good to be mad, right? It makes you do things, but it's also fueled by joy and love is also, so a little bit of both. So I think this represents the opportunity to channel that despair into a place of discovery-driven inclusivity.
So thank you, Slope Factory and Swarovski, for bringing this team together. It's the end of our panel. Thank you for listening. So we'll have the closing remarks now.
Hello, hello, hello. We're almost done. You're welcome to leave if you want to, but if you do leave, please meet us at the Selina Chelsea, which is our partner in this, or one of our partners in this amazing project that's called Study Hall. If you are leaving, please meet us at the Selina Chelsea, where Jasmine Solano will be DJing. We're going to be hearing very quickly from Selina. Selina essentially reclaims abandoned buildings and upcycles them back into life, and they're one of our partners for Study Hall. I also want to thank our other partners, Adidas, G-Star, Carbon, Hudson Carbon. I need the slide because I'm going to forget somebody. But before I also forget, I would also like to thank the Real for dressing our team. Oh, here they are, UP. I really want to thank Waste Management, Bold Thread, G-Star, NOAA, Conscious City Guide, the Conscious Fashion Campaign. Every single person on this slide has made this possible for it to be free. You did not have to pay to be here. If you did pay for a sweater, thank you so much. You're going to allow someone else to come for free next time. And thank you all for attending. I know this was a crazy day. We did not expect 700 people. And so thank you. This venue hosts 400 people, so we did have to change our plans for the breeding room to accommodate for the extra guests. And I do appreciate and thank you so much for your patience and your kindness in understanding that these are growing pains of a small organization. And I appreciate you all for coming and for supporting us, for listening so patiently and so attentively to everything that we had to say. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Kat from Selina Chelsea. Here she is. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for those of you who are still here. I work for Selina Hotels and oversee concept development at the company. Our mission, and I don't have all the clickers, so hopefully it goes to the next slide, is to inspire meaningful connections through an ecosystem that we're currently building. Right now we are in 100. Right now we are in 100 locations in 20 countries and continue to grow every day. But new buildings can harm the environment. In fact, here in New York, 68% of carbon emissions come from the build of new buildings. At Selina, we reclaim abandoned buildings, we renovate them, we upcycle the materials found in the space. So everything from the lights to the furniture to the tiles left behind are considered as we concept and as we sort of create the space itself. So whatever we don't use, we store and use for another project down the line. Currently, we're working with the world's coolest supplier of things, which is the secondhand market, and we're currently building a flea market app for internal use where our designers can search for furniture, objects, pieces, materials, anything left behind in any of our sites from around the world. So ultimately, we're tracking all our upcycling, we're really shopping from each other. We also collaborate with locals on the ground, not only concept locations, but to ensure we're contributing positively to local communities. Social impact programming is one of our key programming pillars, so along with music, the arts, wellness, and learning. So we don't want to spend a lot of money. We can go to the next slide. We don't want to spend a lot of money or resources to build something perfect. We're really focusing our energy to create spaces that encourage people to interact, spend more time together, really, in an intimate way, and really to sort of get off their phones and talk to each other. So tonight we're honored to invite you to our first space in the US, so you can experience a small piece of what we're building. Thank you, and see you there.
Free to go. Sorry, spinning on everybody. And please come to the Chelsea, the Selina Chelsea. Let's have a drink and celebrate. And thank you so much. And that's it. Thank you so much.